So, welcome to our regular weekend backlog bonanza. We are not going to be going through a viewer-submitted queue today, but rather looking at some courses that have been in my personal backlog, some followed makers, codes I've picked up along the way, as well as a preview of levels by the various makers who will be showing up very shortly, sometime in the next few hours, with the uploads for 4YMM Week 3. So we'll be doing a bit of that tonight, but before we get into that, I'm going to take a look at something that is a glitch level, Uno Mas Fantastic Teleporting, by Viz from France. Now, this level, being a glitch level, is one that has already been removed, so there is no code that I can share for it, and I was rather lucky to have been alerted to it early enough to download it for myself. I have not taken a look yet. I have no idea what it's about. I just know that there is some kind of tech showcase that Nintendo does not want you to see. So, let's take a look at this. Hey, Dictionary Bullet Bill. Welcome. Thanks for joining me right at the start. And yeah, let's see what this is all about. Once again, the level code you see in the corner is no longer functional. This level has been deleted by Nintendo. So let's see what that's all about. Okay, so we have on-off here. I mean, I guess toggling it on-off will give me something to get through the saw. Interesting. Oh, look at that. Look at that. How did that... Okay. That's the glitch. That's the glitch. I have no idea how it's done. Yeah, I went into this level only knowing that there was some kind of glitch. I had no idea what it was. So, yeah, watch this. It's going to do this again. The on-off block is going to pop you out. And look at that. So all I did there was walk to the left. I didn't have any other inputs beside that. And it just zips you right through. Okay. So it's going to be the same trick here in the main world. Oh, interesting. What's going on with the Fire Flower? I think the Fire Flower just lets you zap your way through. Maybe. But then... Oh, interesting. So, okay. So you can't do it with the Fire Flower, but then maybe there is a glitch interaction that was supposed to show off as well. So for instance... guess not. Okay. Maybe that's just a little bit of a bonus tag. Hey, Terminator. Welcome. Yeah, glad to hear about your level. We're not running the queue tonight. I might be able to put that level in later anyway, but we'll just take a look. Because I have a massive backlog of things I want to show off. But thanks for dropping by anyway and letting me know about that. And yeah, I may take a look at these. So, really interesting what's going on with the goal there. I guess that's going to dump you on top of a semi-solid. We need to take a look at this again. I mean, I don't have the information to tell you how this works. I don't understand what the glitch is. I had no idea what to expect going into this level, so... I just have to see what else it's responding to, because, like, previously it was just... Oh, that's interesting. It just kills you. If you're trapped directly in the middle like that. Okay, it's gonna push me out. And then I ran to the right, and then that's what zipped me over. I have no idea what's going on, so... Interesting. Yeah, Terminator, I might take a look. Thanks for dumping that code in chat anyway. I mean, I said officially we're not running the queue, but I might plug that in. So this was just the thing with the Fire Flower earlier. And on-off just drops the Fire Flower down the track. Yeah, okay, so this was nothing special, this room here. Just a bit of a joke room. Then let's take a look at that ending again, because I was not quite tracking what was going on with the in-screen goal. So yeah, so this is apparently the goal screen. You see the door that is directly beneath the bumpers. That is definitely a door. It's not the goal card or something, but somehow we did manage to activate the goal card. Even though I didn't think you could block that with semi-solids or anything, so... Yeah, just bump the bumpers. Here we are. And watch this. That... going to dump me on top of the door, but at the same time, it's going to recognize that as the completion card, so... Huh. It has been taken down, program. It has been taken down. I managed to download it when it came up, because I saw that there was a massive number of plays on this glitch level, and somebody had recommended it, so I thought, okay, I better get this, because there is a very high chance that it will not stay up, and it is no longer accessible. Yeah, Terminator, we'll take a look briefly at that code. I'm not going to spend very long on it simply because, you know, it's not really a viewer level day, and I do have a huge list of things I want to show off, but, you know, you're a regular here, I can punch that in. If only to take a look at what you wanted to show me in the first room. I think the way you are describing it is definitely making me very cautiously curious. That's how we'll put it, very cautiously curious. Okay, so this was Nutter Living on the Edge, yeah. Oh, this is about a 50%. I bet we could finish it fairly quickly then. Rescue mission, Link needs your help. Okay. So the sword is going to be protected by Roy and is going to make its way up. Oh, it looks like it's a bit of a cutscene. Oh, no, it's an off-screen interaction level with Mario hitting an on-off switch. I see. Okay. Oh, okay, no, I know what to do. I need to release it, I need to bounce it on the lower trampoline, and then I need to find a bounce pattern that will kind of take it all the way up, but that's going to require some careful timing. Okay. No. No, I needed to bump it against the wall. There we go. Okay. Interesting. Kind of nice to have a combination between two different genres, which is your kind of Master Sword escort level, as well as this kind of off-screen Mario level, which has been fairly popular in its own right, as a way of doing, you know, high clear rates screen manipulation puzzles that are very gentle when it comes to inputs. So, yeah, I do need everything carried over to the right. That may require a little bit of waiting until I get everything over here. And yeah. Yeah, pretty interesting variant on how you usually like to set these up. Of course, with a lot of the familiar trampolines and kind of a large-scale bounce patterns on the Master Sword that we've seen before in some of the previous Living on the Edge episodes. Okay, so that's going to bounce back and forth, which is nice because it means you actually have a chance to... No, you don't. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay, I see, I see. Oh no, that completely behaved as intended. It works for me. Oh, I see. So that's just a way of funneling you into this pipe for more. You saved me. Okay. Well, I mean, it looks like the sword is still a bit trapped to me. DY. Oh, here's the Triforce. Okay. We saved the sword, and all we got was a Triforce and a Fire Flower. So. Okay, pretty neat, pretty neat. Yeah, thank you for showing me that, Terminator. Interesting, once again, as I said before, interesting crossover between your style of level and that established sort of high clear rates on-off, off-screen switching level, so. Yeah, nice to see variations on concept as you play with it a little further and develop the Master Sword Escort series, one episode at a time. So without further ado, let's get to the first thing I wanted to show off. So if you saw the 4YMM levels from week 2, you will remember Super Bumper Jumper, which was a Mang's level that had the really satisfying secret room path that had a secret within a secret within a secret. So, you know, if you followed the bonus path all the way, you would get some very rewarding artwork. Now, a little bit after uploading Super Bumper Jumper, Mang decided to take some of the leftover setups from that level, I think, or at least some of the very similar setups, and create a bonus slide fun time where you have some bonus slides. Now, judging by the look of this level, I think it's going to be a very similar concept where you kind of get bumped across the bumpers and bounced forward. You can kind of see what's going on in the preview image, so. About 2% on this. Let's see how much of a bonus episode or special feature it is. So yeah, Terminator, I did like how that level gave me a lot of second chances to do things. You know, in that, with something like a timed activation on the Master Sword, you know, it's still a bit of a skill check to run the intended interactions through the full cycle. So it's not something that's trivial, but it's something that means I can be quite relaxed about, you know, not worrying about things being unreliable or anything like that. So we need to be mindful of the clear condition here in Mang's level, where we have to clear out all 35 of the piranha plants. And so I missed the one down there, and that's an issue. I'm going to have to probably go back and look at that one. I see, because I have to slide down the slope and get bumped back. I see how that's supposed to work. Okay. Whoops. It is a proper slide. And missed the jump. Once again, if you've seen a lot of levels by Mang, including Super Bumper Jumper from 4YMM, which I think was one of the stronger entries in week 2, you'll know that Mang is very much a specialist in these weird bouncy momentum mechanics. Sometimes send Mario in unexpected directions. So, okay, so I need to do that with a deflection. I bumped the piranha plant, and then I need to ride out a reverse momentum, bounce my way back out. Okay, hang on. There we go. Got a nice, huge bounce on the backswing. And it's going to be something very similar here. I just need to drop in, drop down into that lower piranha. And there we go. I mean, I think having the slide music from Mario 64 is certainly a very nice touch with this level. Oh, whoops. A bit too far forward. Needed to pull our drop pretty much straight down. And yeah, let's see how this is going. And forward. Oh no, I really did need to slide into that bumper and ride it out. Had a bit of a momentum cut, I think, when I was sliding into that lower piranha that time. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yep, just had to learn it. I believe the condition, yeah, it is all 35 piranha plants, so we cannot afford to miss a single one. Has already been spawned on the map, so we'll take them all out. And, yep. Oops. Really do have to time the jump repress quite well after you bounce off the lower bumper like that. Yep. Not quite the same thing as the bumper mechanism in 4YMM level. Very similar, though. This was the same kind of upward slide interaction that was actually used in the bonus path, rather than in the main path. In the main path, of course, of the previous level, the mechanism here usually involved some kind of external object like a trampoline that would push you into the bumpers and launch you that way. This is much more dependent on the player initiating each of the individual slides. And yeah. Whoops. Went a bit high there. And down we go. Oh, whoops. Didn't expect to sail in quite that high. Okay. Yeah, luckily fairly relaxed time limit here. There are a couple things we can retry. Whoops, I accidentally let up on the slide there. Yeah, you do need to go into a sliding state and use the bumper to prolong it by a few steps and preserve that sliding state as you inch forward by a couple more spaces. Okay. Down here. Let's try to do the bump properly. Oh, no, we actually did it properly. I just didn't quite adjust to that fact in time. And yeah, there we go. Yeah, just have to have a nice slide and bump in the other direction like we did there. Certainly seems like it works a little better if you get it done right away when you kill the piranha. Sometimes it takes a moment to adjust to whether you actually are getting enough distance from the bumper. I don't know if there's a way that I can clean that up as a player. But we'll see what I can do to make that a little more reliable. And yeah. You know, at this point I'm actually kind of surprised that Magnus still has upload slots. Given how quickly these levels tend to be released one after another, and how well developed they are for that fact. Oh, there we go. Nice little backslide there. Ah, okay, no, I need to kill it with a slide first and then really jump right off the edge. I was wondering what that interaction was going to be with Big Piranha, because obviously I don't want to slide into the gap, but I do need to get that kill in the sliding state and see that kill animation before I try to get over the gap. And so it is going to be a bit of an edge jump, from what I can tell. Okay. Bump, bump, bump. And let's go. And come on. Oh, I see. So your P speed going into it does kind of matter, or rather your momentum overall into it does kind of matter, which is why on consecutive bounces you start to build up speed. Because your sliding speed going into the bump is amplified. And so when I run into the bump like that, I get enough speed to clear the gap on the first try. When I have to stop like that, I actually do need to do multiple bumps, I think. Or? Yeah, it was going to be on the third bump, and I knew that, and I just missed the jump input, but I think I actually do have a consistent method that I can develop for that now to know exactly when I am going to get the momentum that I need to get over the gap, given that much wind-up time from a stopped position. Third bump. Oh, just missed a jump. Knew it was coming, I just missed a jump. And yeah, try this again. Down. I mean, there probably is an intended path here that keeps your momentum a little better. Once again, just late on the jump button every time. But from a stopped position, it's very clear to me that the third bump will work reliably when it comes to giving me sufficient momentum to get over the gap. Okay. There we go. Once again, same thing. No, not the same thing, because I actually had a bit more speed than I expected going down into that piranha, down a gentle slope. Now, have those all been gentle slopes? I thought they were, but maybe there was a subtle difference in there that I wasn't paying attention to, and which I should be taking a greater notice of. So why don't we go back to these just one at a time, really nail the early method, and yeah, when we had a bit of a big starting slide like that, that was still maintaining momentum, that was going to give me quite a big jump. That's almost certainly the intended way to do it. Really get in there with all speed. And I think the way to do that is to really get the run off the flat side, the top of the slope, before you slide into the piranha, or like really slide in from the top, rather than trying to do that triple bump in the middle. So let's just try to run through some of these again. And yeah, at this point in the level, we're at 15 out of 35. I think at the best attempt that I had, that was fairly close, and it took me all the way to the big piranha. I must have been pretty near the end, although I wasn't really tracking the clear condition number at the time. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. No, missed a jump again. Yeah, there's a little bit of reactive play there, because sometimes I do somehow miraculously get enough momentum on the first bump. But yeah, you do need to react quickly for when you know you're going to have a bump that works. Just stomp on that jump button right away and ride your momentum all the way across. And onward we go. And yeah. Hang on, let's readjust. Oh. Kind of interesting that that bump gave me enough speed. I did not really expect that at all. Yeah, I need a more consistent method, I think. Just some way of ensuring that I will get a sufficient bump every time. And be able to grasp that with a predictable pattern. That allows me to know exactly when I am, in fact, going to develop momentum to make a cross. Oops. This is a little bit tricky. It does feel very smooth when you do it right. When you do it wrong, as I just did here, that does not work so well. Okay. Yeah, because it takes some readjustment if I'm thrown off my expectations even slightly. So. Okay. Well, I mean, most of it was coming together. It's just a matter of being able to accurately predict, as I said, when we are going to have a launch speed, and just being able to react to that accurately. Be the next one. Yep, there we go. And down once again. And oh, I actually did have enough momentum. I don't know why I was trying to cut that. I just did not expect that the very first slide would work so well. Yeah, sometimes it just goes very smoothly like that, nailing it on the first slide with no trouble at all. Sometimes it's a little trickier. I think going right away is probably the answer, yeah. That was a little bit high. Needed to land a bit earlier in order to get the slide across the ice. But the idea was correct. I think we just need to maintain momentum the whole way, and then that is something that makes the level feel smooth. That if I'm kind of stopping and retrying to bounce, that's going to get me into a bit of trouble. So, let's push forward and yep, down we go. And there we go. Worked nicely. Let's maintain momentum. Backslide. Skip the spiny. Okay, here's the place where we got stuck last time. Okay, we don't need to do an edge jump. It's enough to just... Oh. We're still missing the last two. I just needed to go over that piranha and slide it down and then ride the slide all the way back up. Okay. Fairly close now. Yeah. Looks like the whole level is really just designed around maintaining speed the whole way. Yeah, I mean, deaths like that do happen when I'm reading that part of the level for the first time. I do think it's fair and that it can be done blindly. It's just that sometimes I react to it poorly. Okay. But as I was saying, it turns out that the slide bump I get off of the big piranha does get me across that gap. I don't need to panic there, I just need to ride it out. And that was just the one technical thing that I was not 100% sure about the first time I encountered it. Now, though, I'm fairly confident that if I just get some of these early slides down and maintain momentum and have everything work reliably, which did not happen that time, that this level will fall fairly quickly. So, let's continue and take a look. And here we go. And yeah, over, down right away, whoops. Yeah, the fact that I stopped was going to create a mess. I really need to just land directly on the slope and slide down. Just can't let my speed cut at all. Okay. Yeah, that's the only thing about this level's mechanic, is that once you kind of lose a bit of what you're doing. I mean, actually, the other thing is that a down diagonal matters. I was not really thinking about the slide in terms of a down diagonal, and that was part of the problem, is that I was only thinking about it as a slide. With a diagonal input, it actually works pretty reliably, from what I can see. Yeah, it actually does. So the diagonal input is the key. It's the thing that I was doing wrong all along, by the looks of it. Which is why I had this sense that momentum was solving the problem with me. Momentum was solving the problem for me because I was just kind of instinctually getting the diagonal inputs down correctly. So I was still thinking in left or right directional terms. And yeah, so that's just a little bit of an input fix that we need to do. And that pretty much effectively solves the level, I think. So yeah, diagonal input should always do the trick 100% of the time. Yep. Working very reliably so far. Get over this guy. Let's punch our way down from that. Whoops. Jump. But yeah, I think I have made a bit of a breakthrough in terms of getting a lot of this early stuff down as reliably as possible. And we'll see the completion of this level soon enough, I'm sure. Okay. And down we go once again. Yep. Nice down diagonal bump. And everything is just going to come together nicely. Oh, whoops. Was thinking too hard about pulling into that bumper, and that turned out to be a bad adjustment into that very precisely placed death pit right there. That was really set up to punish precisely what I did. And yeah, you have to give this level a little bit of credit for anticipating precisely that sort of death with an obstacle that normally you would just totally overlook, a gap that you would not be worried about most of the time until it just catches you. Okay. And forward we go. And back. And yeah. Okay, no. I was overcorrecting that time for the mistake that we made on a previous attempt, so... Alright, that never had any trouble with that series of obstacles. Yeah, sort of need to make a quick adjustment over here. And yep. So far, so good. Nope. Somehow came out of that slide. Sometimes you can't really tell with the Pro Controller D-pad, you know, being as finicky as it can be sometimes with coming out of diagonals. And yeah, I think I'm probably falling into the same mistake there with not really having the down input in the diagonal hold steady. That's okay, that's just something I need to be conscious of as I make yet another correction and jump my way up. Yeah, feeling pretty good all around now that we have the method worked out. And that was maybe a little bit unfortunate, bumping my head on a corner. Very eager to get over to the next section. And that certainly caused a bit of trouble. That's okay, that's just the sort of thing you learn to sort out with time. Bump, bump, bump. And on. Okay. No. I needed to continue facing left, I think. Or at least just holding the down input and sliding over. Yeah, I think changing the facing direction there disrupts the sliding pattern in such a way that it prevents me from knocking out those piranhas with my slide over the ice. I never had trouble with that previously. I think I'm just being extra conscious of that pattern now. In a way that is messing with whichever method I had earlier. Yeah, because it's the back slide that kills piranhas. The forward slide is not able to actually make contact with them at that height. I need to maintain a backsliding direction, but while making it across the gap, which just tells me that I need to run into that bumper, but have only a downslide input, rather than the diagonals that we've been using thus far. So, let's... Oops. Yeah. I mean, we'll do it again. Do it again until we get it. But the repetitions have, of course, been going a lot smoother now that we've ironed out most of the kinks with earliest bumpers in the level. Okay, here we go. And on we go. And here we go again. Okay, let's try to do this properly this time. Have to slide into the bumper and then hold it down and only down. No diagonal. And okay, that's fine. I'll take it. And there we go. That's how you finish it. Okay, so that'll be a clear. I think it's fairly evident why I was about 13 seconds behind the record time. That's because of some of the retries that I had and some of the start and stop motion, even though the level was, I think, quite clearly designed to accommodate just a very continuous run through without losing momentum. So thank you for the GG. Let's take a look at what's next. So yeah, that was a bonus slide fun time. I'll just let you take a look at that code if you want to try it out for yourself while I pull up what is coming up next. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull up a world. Whoops. That's not the leaderboard I want. Let's scroll down my list here and see if I can actually find... Okay, here's Cana. I believe it actually is pronounced Cana. We've seen some of their levels in previous weeks that were using some pretty incredible mechanics. You might remember the one with the Magikoopa statue if you were here with me a week or two ago. What I'm going to do is actually look at this world. Cana, of course, is one of the makers that is featured in this week's edition of 4YMM with the new set of levels that is going to be uploaded sometime in the next few hours. Terminator mode, I think I actually finished part 6 of what you showed me. I thought I actually completed that on the last stream, but if I confuse that with a different part, you can show me something else next time. I mean, I seem to remember finishing part 6, but maybe it was a different part. So this was a world that was uploaded pretty much as soon as Super Worlds came up in the April patch, and so we know that it consists of 5 levels that were already previously designed. I haven't played a lot of Cana's levels prior to the patch, and so these should all be new to me. And so we'll just check them off and see how they go. Okay, Super Cana World. It means, of course, that we won't be able to have access to any of the level descriptions. Look at the incredible number of plays on these. There's so many 999s all over the place. But yeah, we'll do everything. I mean, we have an optional path here, but I do things both ways from our starting bank of 30 lives. Yeah, Terminator, I remember doing that because that was the one with the forest background and the water section near the end, wasn't it? Okay, so that's going to be a timed on-off switch. And that's fairly gentle, just as a tutorial segment. I mean, it does dip underneath the lava, but the amount of time that we have to work with is pretty decent, considering that it also is an auto-scroll that is a bit on the slow side, so... Okay, just have to be wary here of being pushed into any icicles by the blasters that go up a bit higher. By these muncher snacks over here. Hey, Piotko. Welcome. Yeah, Terminator, I totally remembered that. Okay, that's sort of interesting that the leaf is placed directly on top of the checkpoint as if respawning at a checkpoint would give you the leaf. So, I guess by coming here for the first time without respawning for the checkpoint, we have to make do with standard Mario. Not that it's going to matter very much in this current setting, where we are swimming anyway, and just have to avoid being crushed. Okay. I wonder how that power-up check is going to work at the end. Oh, I see, because there's a leaf route that is to the right. Now, I wonder then... Oh, and it's some kind of repeatable checkpoint. Okay. Interesting. I see. Okay. Interesting that the leaf route would work that way. No, I knew that was going to go badly. But that does mean that we're going to respawn at a checkpoint now with a leaf. Okay. Yeah, well, I mean, we crushed in that earlier segment with the munchers, so we definitely didn't crush this. Okay. Timing works a little bit better with the leaf, of course. Not a leaf, with the cape, rather. What am I don't know why I'm describing it as the feather, the cape feather. I know this, I've known this since Super Mario World came up. And came out originally, but maybe I just can't speak tonight, who knows. Okay. Yeah, the feather. Cape the feather. Yep, maybe I am just kind of getting warmed up, but... But yeah, I find the progression here interesting in that if you respawned from checkpoint 1, you would have cape access to the right side of the level. If you did not respawn from checkpoint 1, you wouldn't have the leaf in the first place, unless I was missing a leaf in the very first segment of the level that I was supposed to keep. So, I don't exactly understand how this looping layout is working out for me here. But also, this series of jumps feels like it would be significantly harder without the cape, as I was saying before. But we'll follow the coin trail. Yeah. Definitely does seem like there's a certain expectation that you are supposed to retain the cape the whole way. Very difficult to do this without it. Okay, and there's the goal axe right there. So I do wonder about that cape segment that was on the right side. And yeah, Pipatco, that's a very good observation that they do emulate how the rows or columns of 5 originally worked in Super Mario World, which was definitely a missing property of those blocks that never made it over to the Maker series. So yeah, good observation there. That was, I think, very much the intended effect. Thank you for the GG. Let's do the other side. It is optional, but we are here to do it all, so... Here's Valley Fort in Switch. Okay, of course we're going to check all this for the scroll stop break. If it is, yeah. Oh, okay, star. Interesting. Let's see what the star is going to do for us then. Oh, interesting. Okay. It's going to give us a little bit of a damage buffer. Yeah, interesting how the thwomp trigger is being used as a timing element here. That has a pretty well-paced control system that will work a little bit differently than the shell setups that we normally have with on-off. Because of course the objects on the tracks, like the music block there, they stay loaded. And here I think we just need to kill Boom Boom. Probably should have whipped these guys just to get them out of the way. Okay, so here, once again, we have a bit of an off-screen timer. Well, it's on-screen now that we see the thwomp, but again, it is a controlled timer that uses the property of activating the thwomp with the music block, and so... Let's head over here. And, yeah. we'll just dance around Boom Boom fairly gently for no reason. Didn't actually need to get rid of him, I don't think. Okay, here's a checkpoint once again. Of course, the timing mechanism is just going to make this on-off switch over here irrelevant. Okay. Oh, whoa, whoa, that's going to be a mistake. Yep, and you see how the checkpoint placement across the semi-solid works, that you touched a checkpoint your first time through, you're dropped into the bottom when you respawn from it. Because you respawn from the bottom tile. Oh, no. Should have known that was happening. Okay. Let's actually pay a bit more attention to the timing this time. Yeah, interesting that you have that little double tap interaction here with Thwomp. Look at that. And I think that's just a function of how that music block is bouncing it. Okay, still not really making that timing accurately. Cape, I think, doesn't actually help us too much there, given that any course correction in that spot would just slow us down. But pretty much as soon as this is available, we get across. Yeah, there we go. And once again. Yeah, you see that kind of double activation there, with the way that the jump block goes down to track that additional tile to the left, which gives you a double bump in very quick succession. Okay, here's the classic Reznor setup from Super Mario World, using the piranha plants to emulate those guys, and using the bombs to emulate, of course, the destruction of the platforms. Showing off, of course, how inaccurate we're being. Certainly seems like the floor gets eliminated a lot faster there than it originally would have in Super Mario World, but it is a pretty accurate simulation of how that worked originally. I have seen the piranha plant on tracks method used many times before in terms of creating this setup. Looks like we probably just need to wait for some kind of timed activation of a key. And there we go, Death of a Magic Koopa off screen. Wonder if we can... Yeah, we should be able to just take the trampoline with us. Don't know what that will do for us necessarily. You can see that this is meant to be a bit of a fortress design. Oh, I see. We're supposed to get through the pipe. Okay, a neat little use of the blasters for fortress artwork, and look at that little cutscene at the end where you raise the flag over the destroyed fortress just as you would on the Super Mario World map. Lovely little interaction. Very entity heavy by the looks of it at the end right there. But, you know, you had the space to do it, why not? But yeah, one of the more satisfying ending animations I've seen, I think. Just a very inventive way of doing that. Well, that's the way the fortress crumbles. Let's grab a couple more lives, since we have been a little bit sloppy, and it would be interesting to try to do all of these in a single segment, just for the sake of seeing how it is balanced as a super world. And onward we go. Notice that there are only 79 saves over here and 34 over at Ghost House. But given that there were 999 finishers, I think mostly that just indicates that people were satisfied enough with all of these that they just kept on progressing. Sometimes you look at the curvature of the numbers and you can just tell. So let's take a look at Mechanical Skewer. And yep. Oh, interesting. So the munchers here are being used as a skewer on a slightly different timing than the standard ones. I mean, it's a very entity-heavy way of doing it, so I guess part of it is to have that very slow, gentle retraction. Once again, we'll recognize the thwomp trigger from that previous level that I'm sure is indicative of an off-screen track with a block that is buried under the lava, and which is doing a timed activation. Okay, so Fire Flower is going to be available right from the checkpoint. Given the way these checkpoints are set up, I am increasingly thinking that in that first level in this world, we were not supposed to lose that cape. Okay, that was a bit of a mess on my part. But we made it. Ah, I see, okay. So you do start with the Fire Flower on each respawn. I was thinking, though, that taking a Fire Flower through the previous segment does kind of trivialize it somewhat. In that, you know, if you are allowed to take 2 hits, you get to the next buffer pretty well. You get to the next checkpoint and have plenty of health to work with. Notice, of course, that using this kind of quasi-skewer layout does create a few opportunities to manipulate the speed of the way they are stomping back and forth. Now that red Yoshi, of course, with the bonus coins in the left side are your reward for keeping the Fire Flower all the way, which we naturally failed to do. Okay, let's take a look at the ghost house. See what kind of spatial puzzle lies in store. Lovely touch, of course, in Super Worlds in the lava theme that you have Mario riding around a world map in the Dry Bones shell, which is original to Maker 2. Oh, listen to that. That's a lot of boos and a lot of blinking lights. A lot of boo rings, I guess. I kind of wonder how that light shut-off is working. Oh, no, that's not what I'm supposed to do. Oh, I see. The skull markers are there to tell me that that was, in fact, death. That sound effect from the initial spawn, that was quite something. Okay. Ah, on-off switch, okay. Now, here's a one-way panel that opens up. Clearly, something broke and permitted a scroll lock. I'm kind of suspicious about this, given that it was telling me all along that it was supposed to be a death trap, but let's check it. Okay, we stand on the floor, and it looks like we are probably on top of a pipe. And yes, we are. So previously it was only a death trap because of the screen boundary, and the manipulation of the scroll stomp allowed that to be a safe landing, just by exposing the pipe that was at the bottom. So it looks like it's going to be something similar, perhaps. Okay, we see an on-off switch that is right beneath my feet. It will be necessary to traverse. Let's see how we actually managed to activate the lights to show off everything that was going on. So yeah, a bit of a spatial puzzle, I guess, as we figure out the correct order for progression, particularly once we released a P-switch. So once we released a P-switch, we are going to be able to... Yeah, we want the state to be on. And the reason we need the state to be on is because that will allow us to actually approach the key. It is otherwise completely gated off. So we'll just keep that in mind as we work our way around to the P-switch. Tap. Whoa. Whoa, that did not work out well at all. Okay, that's okay. We got it, we got it. Alright, we managed. That could have gone a lot worse. But nothing there is actually a threat. So... I don't think that's really going to be wall jumpable. I mean, the walls aren't really safe given the positioning of the boos. There is, however, a trampoline over here. Let's see what that's going to do given the seesaw setup here. Okay, that's going to flick all the lights off. And yeah, we had to come down here and touch the seesaw again. I haven't played around with building in the dark theme nearly enough to really quite understand how a lot of light tricks would be set up properly in terms of how to have them take priority over each other. But now, thankfully, that is not a total stun lock. When we are stunned, the boo does try to make an approach. Of course, that depends on our facing direction at the time that you get into the stun animation. Interesting kind of teeth that are created by the arrows here. Look at that. It looks like eyes and teeth. That's very fancy. But it also makes me think that we can probably find some way of perhaps getting up there and doing something with a switch or something else. Let's jump around here. Go around under the teeth before we get in through the red pipe. Yeah, I guess none of these snake blocks are actually going to be activated, so we'll just go through. Oh, and that's the flagpole already. Okay.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
So yeah, dark magic. I guess the mouth of the beast at the end there was mostly just there as, you know, haunted mansion decoration. Okay, let's look at Bowser's weapons. Reach the goal after defeating at least 2 Bowsers. It does not say all, though. And that just kind of shows you 1 Bowser. Perhaps as a bit of a tutorial room for the actual fight that is to come. Oh, or maybe just as a precursor to the Bowser chase that is happening in this segment. Once again, a lot of these levels were originally independently developed well before the Super World system actually came into play. And we know that simply because of the Super World upload date. Okay. Oh, interesting. It's one of the few times that the propeller suit in NSMBU has ever been useful. In terms of actually being able to give me a bit of a safety zone for dodging the spike balls that are coming out of the cannon that is lodged above the boos. So yeah, let's actually grab another propeller that's, again, being functional for a change. And of course we'll run around the bottom side. Fire flower. Interesting. Yeah, sure, we'll take it. I kind of suspect that a fire flower, placed there as a bit of a bonus, is there to give me either an access to some optional objective, or just allow me to kill Bowser more efficiently once we get to the end of the level, so. Because I do need to nuke the guy. No matter how I'm going to do it. And yeah, actually no, it just gives me better access to Red Yoshi here in terms of being able to do the full spray. Okay, no, I wanted something to blow this up for me. Ah, no. Okay. That's just going to release naturally. And yeah, very big help, I think, to just be able to spray fire everywhere. You'll notice that it's also igniting the bombs that were being tossed. That allows me to make this fight a little more efficient with the damage output that we get from that.
Mario #1! Woohoo!
So yeah, clearing all that very effectively. Now, I am going to look at one more from Kana because there was a new level that had come out, which would be more of a reflection of the kind of current level of technical proficiency that we have from this maker, and will kind of give you a measure of what to expect when their 4YMM creation goes up sometime in the next few hours. So let's take a look at this latest one, which is 1-1 but blind. Press down and action. There is going to be a lengthy description here in Japanese, and so what I will normally do with Japanese text is point my mobile device at it with Google Translate and see if it gives me a very approximate machine translation, and then I will read it to you. I discovered this method for dealing with courses with Japanese text, and it works marvelously. It says the contributor is, or the poster will be hospitalized for a long time, so what is the greatest advantage of darkness? Things you can do without worrying. Okay. I actually didn't know the maker in question was actually going to be hospitalized for some time and working from the hospital. I maybe somehow communicate a message to them about that. So of course I don't speak Japanese, but we do have a line of communication to them, of course, given that Kana is a 4YMM maker. So, yeah. Hopefully Kana is not having too many problems with the hospital and will get well if it is a personal problem. In the meantime, we'll take a look at this dark level, which is 1-1 but blind. And we'll see where the action button instruction is going to come in handy. Although, of course, we have a clear rate here of about 22%, so I think that whatever the mechanic turns out to be, it should be fairly intuitive. I hope so, anyway. Okay, so it's going to tell me to press down. And it is going to be a dark level, and notice the SMB2 mushroom that was... Oh, interesting. Okay. You press down to operate the lights. And it's based on the SMB2 mushroom that is on the track. Okay. Look at this. And so this is supposed to be 1-1, except you have the on-off blocks here working like the original pipes do. You have this spot here working like the original invisible block does. That was, of course, a decoration that was just done with mushroom platforms. Okay, so you press down, and it affects the motion of the SMB2 mushroom in such a way that it turns the lights on from the top track, and that's consistently what's happening, so that's how you do it. That star would have come in very handy. Instead, let's go for Fireflower Spot. And of course, because it's an auto-scroll, it also simulates the fact that in SMB1, you could not actually scroll the camera left, and could not run back and forth. So, very inventive design. We just kind of need to crouch every few steps in order to maintain the lights. Leave them on, otherwise the whole level does go dark. So yeah, I just need to have nice quick landings. Crouch every time. Are the on-off blocks necessary for this level to work? That's a very good question. I don't know, but you see this little ending setup here? I think it probably has something to do with that. That I'm going to go for what is supposed to be the flagpole on the right side of the screen. there will be some toggle that happens that gets rid of the munchers, I think. And some kind of cutscene interaction. Yeah, you see how it actually reveals the flagpole over here. That's how it works. I don't know about those arrows that we saw on the bottom semi-solid layer right at the very end. I think they were maybe there just to fill out the completion screen. But I'm pretty sure that maybe the use of the on-off blocks there was mostly just for color. I really wish that normal blocks were used for the level. I don't know. There is a lot of visual clarity that you get from just seeing bold colors like that. Although, of course, you would be missing some of the original interactions that would be faithful to the way that SMB1 worked in terms of being able to bump the Goombas, for instance, that are running around on top of bricks. So I don't know how necessary it was to use the on-off blocks for anything other than visual clarity. But I think in the process of actually playing the level, that it is a very striking look that draws the attention of your eyes very quickly, and so it does make it easier to navigate in a very subtle way. But I absolutely see the point that you're trying to make in terms of, you know, really trying to create a faithful look of 1-1. I think the risk there is just with visibility when it comes to a Ghost House theme, that the color of the bricks is going to blend into semi-solid backgrounds and all the rest in such a way that it might already be a little bit difficult to see in a level that is dark throughout. So, Dictionary Bullet Bill, Mario in the Dark, that's just one of the dark themes. It's one of the night theme transformations. And the night theme transformation just lights up using the SMB2 mushroom, as we could see that is activated somehow on a track up top. I am not exactly sure what the activation mechanism is when you duck, but it is something to do with that. I didn't know that there actually was some kind of ducking interaction that could be triggered even with SMB2 in Night Theme, but there's definitely something to this mechanism that I would have to think about. So you see how... Yeah, okay, see, it's some kind of positional detector, where if you look at that entire setup that is above and below where it says press, it looks like that scrolling along with the auto-scroll, you have a massive positional setup that presumably follows you throughout the whole level and reacts to whether you are in a crouching position. I don't know how it works, to be honest. But it does work very cleanly in that at any given time when you duck, the lights pretty much come on right over your head. So yeah, but I think I did catch a peek very early on that something like the SMB2 mushroom definitely has to do with it as a positional detector. But, I mean, I don't have the information to really reverse engineer how this is working off the top of my head. Really cool idea anyway. So yeah, let's take a look at a different maker. Yeah, there is some kind of effect that overrides everything and shuts off all the lights. I do see what you're saying, that normally you have that little bubble of light around Mario. As we saw in the Ghost House that was in the Super World earlier, though, there are ways to just shut things off completely. I don't exactly know how to build it, but it is something that I have seen from other dark levels before, that some sound effect attachment or something overrides the rest of the lights and blinks them all off. So let's pull up another maker. Okay, so this is Donkey Mint, who is an extremely prolific and fairly well-known maker. I actually have played very few of Donkey Mint's creations in SMM2. Haven't seen much of his work in Maker 2 at all, actually. And so I have a lot of catching up to do, but we'll look at one of his more recent levels, which was made after the 3.0 patch. I think this might be his most recent level overall. It's called Level 6 Laser Lotus. Gotta be quick, man. And it is sub 1%, so we may be running at this one for a bit, but we'll see if it's within our capability. And Donkey Mint, of course, is going to be one of the more prominent and long-running creators to be part of this week's 4YMM release as well. And so, okay, it's going to show us fairly early that we have to deal with the Blastakoopas, and that the Blastakoopas, moreover, are not going to be jumpable, just given their spike top hats. Okay, no, that was going to be trouble. They did not have room to evade that. Okay. Interesting how you can just kind of block the beam with the on-off, even if it is already firing. That is the way that logically it should work, I guess. But that's an interaction we should keep in mind in case it is used repeatedly through this level. See? Blocks instantly, as it should. No. I needed to make the jump on the left side there to dodge that beam, and I think I need to just wait for some interaction to save me there with the bullet blaster that this guy is riding on. Okay, kind of bad timing on that. I really should be thinking about whether the level is just going to fix that problem for me by itself. And yeah. And yeah, because we saw that Mecha Koopa riding on top of a bullet blaster, there's clearly no other way to get through it except by having some kind of triggered interaction destroy the blaster, probably, or find some other way to reposition everything that's going on there. There is, of course, the possibility of the missile from the red Koopa. We can also jump back down, and jumping back down might be safer. We need to bypass the first beam. Oh, whoops, bumped my head there. No, I was trying to get back down. And you see how you have those platforms that are on the right of that lower Mecha Koopa. Platforms that are just regular bricks. And that will obviously be destroyed once we get past the one-way panel that sends us to the right side of that location. Pick up the pink one? That's not a bad idea. Because then I can just throw it, can't I? And yeah, it does seem like it is set up for me to think about that, since it gives me the opportunity to go backwards. That is a very good observation. And that's almost certainly correct. Oh, okay, no, I was supposed to kill that. And now I think I am probably stuck. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. You do have to just escort the missile-firing Blastacupa. So yeah, very good observation from Dictionary Bullet Bill. Okay, that gets the gate down. A little bit of precision jumping there. Oh, no. I knew that was going to happen, I just didn't really watch what was going on carefully enough, and I don't know how I'm going to get over those on-off blocks, actually. I didn't quite see a way to do it. Okay. Okay, kind of messed that up, but you can see that just going fast through all of this absolutely works. It is tuned to allow you to take a fairly speedy route through everything, such that I can just race past this guy. And past all of these guys as well. Okay, no, I really do need to make a bit of an edge jump at the end of that in order to hopefully get on the red blocks that were on the left side. I think that's going to be the method. Oh, whoops. Sliding a little bit far. Don't need to go that far. Just need to get far enough to avoid missing. Okay. And there we go once again. Just going to wait that one out. That cycle was not really going to work for us there. Love how the spawning of the flying green Mecha Koopas is going to be dependent on camera position, so their placement is going to feel quite reliable when you just dash in to the right side. Always something to think about when you have moving parts like that is how they're going to interact with the player's level of flexibility over the camera position. But if you are fairly assured that the player is just going to run right into that zone and they'll be pressured a little bit by the blue beams everywhere, then it's going to work very consistently. Okay. Okay, didn't really react to that properly. I think I was supposed to just slide down a slope, but I guess it was theoretically dodgeable. But I just didn't really read that properly on my first pass. Okay. I don't know if I can actually beat the beam there. Possibly if I just stay high and don't activate it. Maybe possible to outrun them backwards as well. And dodge the first round, just because the Koopas are not going to fire at the same time. But we'll have to go back and reevaluate that a little bit, I think. Okay, that's what happens when I stop to take a sip of my beverage before I start this attempt. It's a bit of a time-sensitive start. You need to go right away. Luckily, for something that does compel you to go right away, it doesn't actually feel rushed or tight. Just that it encourages you to go this horizontal segment here. Like, it's not pressuring you with any kind of incoming damage or any kind of irritation that makes it impossible to stop and look at your surroundings. Always nice to see subtle level design that encourages the player to perform certain behaviors without feeling like you're being forced. Yeah, slide down. And that's going to be it. There. No, I was supposed to jump over to missile. It was in fact extremely clear that I was supposed to clear out both the piranhas, jump over to missile, and take the brick there as my safe location. Yeah. Go. And that kind of prepares you for it, that you will need to do everything here. There we go. Feels remarkably reliable, actually. That also feels great. We were a little bit late, but that was very clearly my fault. I do enjoy that setup very much. So for something that is sub 1%, I think that must be at least partly just due to length, because everything here feels very manageable so far from a traditional perspective. A sub 1% clear rate actually kind of surprises me here. I'm almost certain that would just be a function of length, in fact. Or maybe just unfamiliarity from players who are seeing the mechas for the first time. But yeah, once you get a good sense of momentum in this level, it feels great. Just very satisfying interactions all around. Okay. Was not really reading that jump arc correctly. And yeah, let's wrap around. And wrap around that one as well. Yeah, really nice, tight platforming overall, this level. Hey, Electrodude, welcome. Electrodude, as usual, going into the upload hours for YMM, I'm taking a look at the makers that we're going to be seeing this week. This is Donkey Mint's level. Donkey Mint's only level, I think, from after the 3.0 patch. And pretty satisfying so far. Actually feels much easier than I expected for something that has sub 1% clear rate. We previously did, we just came in all of Hina's Super World. For 5 levels in that, as well as the 1-1 blind level. Also showed off a glitch level at the very beginning of the stream that has already been deleted. The teleportation glitch that you may have seen shown off. And yeah, that level of course is no longer available. I have no idea how the teleportation glitch worked. But I know that was a bit of a running mystery. Okay, there we go. Yeah, pretty relaxed margin of error on things like the Koopa throws here. I feel like I actually have a great deal of flexibility. A very satisfying level all around. Does not feel hard at all. A lot of things that can catch you off guard when you see them for the first time. Okay. That did not work as consistently as it normally does, but that solves the problem for me. Oh, no, that's too late. Too late. Too late. Yeah, it didn't quite blast everything the way that it usually does, and that was just a function of what my vertical position was when I was getting on the block after that 5 mecha stat. So yeah, Electrodude, hope you've been doing well. That shopping around your levels has also been fine. Yeah, quite a lot to look forward to, I think, in this week's set. Some of them I had seen through playtesting already. I think Tino was in this week's set, right? Like, Tino had a really good concept. And I saw a much earlier version of it. And yeah, I actually have no idea what most of the other makers this week have been up to, though, so it's gonna be a surprise. And yeah, I know that you know, Document here has been kind of a big deal maker for quite some time. It's probably one of the more prominent names in this week's set, but I haven't really caught up with any of his Maker 2 stuff, and so kind of nice to play this one and get the hang of what he's been up to, platforming-wise, and it is very satisfying. Like, it is very much in line with the kind of slightly more difficult side of 4YMM, where I think that 4YMM has mostly kind of peaked so far with that 1% zone where everything is still very accessible. You know, nothing is really kind of truly super expert with it, but even though they've been pulling these super expert charts. Okay, no, I keep panicking there when I see the saw blade, and I don't give myself enough time to actually dash forward to make that jump. I actually do need to let the blaster lower me a little further instead of jumping quite so impulsively. You also have a concept that involves bouncing POWs. Okay, yeah. Because I was thinking, like, that was a very promising bit of tech. I've got to show you my latest version of the upcoming one that I have as well, because I completely reworked the final segment. And there's one kind of very irritating edge case scenario that I'm still deciding how to fix, or whether I should fix it. It's not anything game-breaking, it's just something annoying that happens with a very specific sequence of events. And, you know, I'm very picky about bug testing. Okay, I was hoping to make it over that time. I could have just stomped Red Koopa and taken it down. And yeah, Electrodude, I mean, like, obviously I'm on stream right now, and so I'm not going to do the upload right this second, but I'll talk to you about that. It would be good to get some more playtesting on mine out of the way quickly, because I do plan to be busy with Paper Mario next week. But yeah, it's been interesting to kind of take an advanced look at some of the puzzles as well. Like, I don't know if you've heard about what's going on with Tetraterix's level, but that one is quite something. It's a fun one. Like, I don't even know who's on the puzzle rotation this week, actually, if anybody. We didn't really get a puzzle per se this week. I mean, there was Mini Bar's Lemmy level, but that was more of a spatial tricks and optical illusions level, like an observational puzzle level rather than a logic puzzle one, so wasn't really sure who was on the puzzle slate for this week's group. But I'm sure you'll get some of those early world records down sometime in the next few hours. And, you know, you'll be able to report back. But yeah, I'll probably do another playtesting round on mine as well. At some point when I see that you're also on. So, Yeah. This one's fun. I mean, this was made very quickly after Mecha Koopa Patch. Within a few days of it. So it was, I think, the thing that Document was pretty much working on right away as soon as the patch hit. And yeah, it's a good one. Oh, whoops. Oh, I didn't think that I would get zapped through that brick. That had not happened previously. And I guess that's just because I got into the activation range of that later blue mecha that zapped me right there. That had not happened. But yeah, still got lots to look at in this session. We'll be going for quite some time, I'm sure. Also hoping to get back to that Redox level that we couldn't finish on your levels. There's a 3D World shell jumps, and that's if Redox comes back in later to watch me grind away at it. Yeah, I mean, you know, today's going to be 4YMM release day regardless. Really interesting to have that be the thing to look forward to week. I think the pacing of 8 levels a week has actually worked out extremely well. I think that was exactly the sweet spot for what people can handle and for what people can catch up on if they miss a week. Like, any more than that I think would have been too much. And any less than that would have prolonged everything too far. Okay. Mario Maker in general is, I think, just too good. It's really kind of killed a lot of my ability to play other games, even though I have always had a bit of a secondary game on the go. Lately, though, I've just been replaying older games. My secondary game right now is actually Yoshi's Island. Nope, too late that time. I've been overcorrecting slightly. I was trying to get a bit of a dash from the top of the blaster, and I started doing that much too late. But yeah, you know, it's fairly standard, as you know, for all of us playing Mario Maker to just kind of switch between it and another game at the same time. But I found that definitely the sheer longevity of Mario Maker has made me barely notice the degree to which this has been a slow year for video game releases, for the obvious reasons. I mean, it used to be, especially back in 2018 when the eShop was really getting crowded, to be picking up indie games, you know, almost on a basis of once every week or two and just getting through piles of them. But yeah. Lately I've certainly felt like I've been way behind with that stuff. And it's not that I haven't had the time. You know, I put in a pretty significant number of hours into Mario Maker just for the streaming every week. And so, you know, if I just had like 10 to 15 hours of my time to run something like an indie Metroidvania, like that's what formerly I would have been doing with those hours. I think it's just getting through piles of games like that. Nope. Late on dash, just slipped right off. And yeah, I know you've been telling me about Just Shapes and Beats. That, as somebody from a Toho background, that was something we're very much into. Yeah, I have a pile of stuff I want to get through. I still have to go back and finish Tokitori, which is a short game, I think. Like Tokitori 2, rather, which is it's basically one big puzzle level. Like, the whole game is one big puzzle level. And I really need to go back and actually tidy it up, because I enjoyed it quite a lot, and had already seen enough of it to kind of understand just how open it was to sequence breaking. But I've still only seen a fraction of the interactions that are in fact possible. And yeah, there are a lot of 2D games in general that I want to catch up on as well. I mean, particularly in the Metroid category, where I've had a fairly big shopping list for some time. In the meantime, though, I've really been enjoying getting back into Yoshi's Island again, just on a very casual run. Looks absolutely gorgeous the way that it's emulated on the Switch. Finally emulated in an official capacity, which had not happened with those Super FX games, apart from the Super Nintendo Classic hardware. I actually still have not played Star Fox 2 either. That, you know, Star Fox 2 I think was always kind of a big deal for me in terms of, you know, when are we finally going to have access to Star Fox 2, and then came out and I just never found a time. Okay, no, I really do need to get that onto first bounce. Need to get that on the first bounce because then I need to read the pattern to get up on the second bounce. Haven't learned that pattern yet. You will notice, of course, in this level, no checkpoints so far. I am okay with that. I think that balancing has been fine for no checkpoints, simply because of how consistent the mechanisms are. But I definitely see that as being a factor that has deflated the rate. I actually really enjoyed the length, though. And, you know, so many of the mechanisms here depend on the position from which you are spawning everything in anyway. Oh, this is probably the first bullet hell game you played. Okay, I see. I don't really have a concept of how long Just Shapes and Beats has been around. I thought it was something fairly recent, but I don't have a good sense of that. Not a genre I've been really following. I did used to play a lot of vertical shooters. I did in fact get a sort of tabletop mode stand for my Switch that was able to hold the Switch in a vertical orientation, specifically for Ikaruga, which I missed back on GameCube. Like, I remember Ikaruga, you know, I mean, obviously it preceded GameCube. It was in arcades and Dreamcast, I think, but I remember it being a big deal back in the day, and I just never got around to it. And so I did buy the Switch port and play it on the tabletop screen vertically, and there's been a lot of stuff like that, like a lot of the arcade revivals of the vertical shooters. I know that originally there was supposed to be like a Strikers 2020 game that was announced that was kind of like a sequel to the whole Strikers 1945 line. And Strikers 1945 I have a lot of good memories of from, you know, 20 years ago, probably. 20 to 25 years ago, yeah. But there was like a new Strikers game that was currently being made, and I haven't heard about it since, but then a lot of that, of course, might just be a result of 2020 disruption. And most of those classic vertical shooters were ported to Switch regardless, so, you know, like Strikers 1945 and all that, like that is all available with vertical support, I think. But the Switch library is just so massive that realistically I have not had a time to look at a lot of old ports. You know, sometimes I see an old port of a game that I absolutely love and definitely want to have with me, and I just don't wind up making time for it. Yeah, it's over 2 years now, okay. Yeah, I remember hearing about Best Shapes and Beats quite a bit when it was released, but didn't really look into it. Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to tell that you had only started Bullet Hells that recently, because I did kind of get the impression that it was a major genre for you in terms of what you play. But there we go. But that might just be an impression from what you make in Mario Maker. Okay. There we go. Over. Okay, so the second bounce I think needs to get me on top of the brick. I need to wrap around the top side. It's not going to be waiting for the muncher stack to come down, I don't think. It might be. I haven't looked at the timing properly, but I don't think it will be. If I can get enough height off the trampoline, I should be going around to top. If I can't, I guess I do have to wait for the muncher gate to lower. I can't quite tell because I don't have a good estimate of how much height I can get off the second bounce on a trampoline when it is also sinking. And so, yeah, hey, Panda Animate, welcome back. Let's switch to Toadette and see if Toadette has a bit of a more relaxed time with this. So yeah, welcome back, Panda Animate. Hope you're doing well. We are currently doing a preview of some of the makers who are going to be part of this week's set in 4YMM. So this is a Donkey Mint. Yeah, Donkey Mint, very prolific maker. Been around the community for a very long time. Pardon me, just needed to have a bit of a sneeze there. And of course that was just going to not only blow my nose, but also blow the attempt. Okay. But yeah. I look at this and the clear rate is definitely a function of length. No question about it. And that's fine. As I said before, I love levels that have this kind of difficulty tuning, where everything is pretty standard and relaxed, but you have to do a lot of it. Oh well, thank you for the Gesundheit. Yeah, climate control in the place where I am streaming has been a bit of an issue lately. Just sweating like crazy earlier. Very hot here, but it's kind of a, you know, very extreme two-state switch between sweating and sniffling in terms of how conditions have been like. And that's the kind of experience that you will have to reconstruct with your imagination, because I'm certainly not showing that on camera. When I sneeze, it can be terrifying. Quite terrifying. It's something that runs in a family, that we are loud sneezers. Okay. Love the dual use of this whole setup here. Wanted everything to be activated. Look, it actually fired cleanly for once and took down everything. Oh, no. That was a little weird. Okay. Yeah, so much content in this game. I just kind of have to accept that the more you play Mario Maker, the more you realize that there are going to be a lot of really good makers you will simply never see. You know, just from how the various communities are networked. Whoops. Okay, that was a little bit off the usual pattern. I should have known to watch that carefully and react to it. Oops, missing a lot of the stuff here. Okay, plenty of room for adjustment as we head down into this segment. Yeah, I really do enjoy the number of dual-purpose Mecha Koopas here, where a lot of things interact one way on the left and interact another way facing the right. Like this stack over here. And of course, you just kind of have to do that just for entity efficiency. But kind of always satisfying to see a level that works that way. Yeah, I see. So the zapping of that brick was mostly just a bit of a timer check. Okay, I was trying to wrap around that time, but I think that's supposed to be how it happens. Like, I don't think it's going to be clearing the muncher through the gate there, because I don't think the trampoline remains alive above the lava for long enough to allow me to make the bounce that way. But I'll have to try it a little bit both ways and work my way back there every time until something sticks. Because it could be high bounce, short bounce, high bounce. And that pattern might be able to get me into that slot over that sinking muncher column. But at this point, very difficult to tell for sure. It's okay, fairly easy to get back there and to recover my position. Whoops. I say that, of course. Right before I cause myself a little bit more trouble, so let's drop in. Okay. Drop, drop. Nope, that's just a miss. That rarely happens. But when it does, it's sad. Okay, in the meantime, we will just work our way back. All this is generally going pretty cleanly, though. I do like how reliable all of this stuff feels on future attempts once you have most of the pattern down. Of course, I had a little bit of a stumble around the corner right there, and that's got me zapped in the face. Or in Jadette's case, zapped in the pigtails, perhaps. She was running away. Really been interesting to see over the years, like, Toadette actually become a proper character. I think I've probably observed this multiple times before, but you know, Toadette never really did stuff until Captain Toad, and Captain Toad was not that long ago. The 2014 game? So she was basically hanging around for over a decade as a side character to fill in Mario Kart. And things like that. Make little cameo appearances in Paper Mario. But not really see much action in her own right. And then Captain Toad comes along and she has entire chapters to herself, and you know, finally some reason for Toadette to really kind of feel like a part of the family. And so, been around since what, Double Dash? Double Dash was, I want to say, a game from 2002, perhaps? Seems about right, second year of the GameCube. So at this point, she's actually been around for the majority of modern Nintendo history. But, you know, Toadette, I think, just now properly feels like a standard part of the roster. And it's always kind of interesting to see the importance of characters evolve with time. Of course, that has had the effect of some of them falling a little bit out of fashion. The way that, say, someone like Birdo has really seeded into the background. Whoops. So the Awesome Lamp, Week 3 is not out yet. This is a preview of the makers that are involved in Week 3. Week 3 is going to be out sometime in the next few hours. This is the release night for Week 3. I don't know if you caught up on Week 2, though. Week 2 was released last Sunday, and so the release times for 4YMM tend to be, I think, I'm trying to recall off the top of my head. I do have it written down somewhere. Yeah, I think it's like starting at about 3 a.m. Pacific, I want to say. Or 6 a.m. Actually, no, I'm trying to calibrate this according to when Kavic's stream is, because Kavic's stream tends to be the start time, and I think he's normally on... well, the official launch time, I guess, would be... Yeah, actually, no, I have it. It's 8 a.m. Pacific, 11 a.m. Eastern, and 5 p.m. Central European, because that's the official launch when they put up the codes on a website and such. If you subscribe to these makers, however, you do see the levels come up a few hours beforehand when they are properly uploaded, and can make a bit of an attempt at the early clears. Recently, though, on the Saturday stream, I've just been doing a bit of a preview where I show older levels that are made by this week's featured selection of makers. So the one we're currently looking at is Donkey Mint, and we'll have lots more to show later in this stream. Been on this level for a while, but that is because it is slightly sub 1%. I think it's like 0.7 something percent. But the difficulty generally feels fairly standard in terms of the actual obstacles, and so a lot of the clear rate here on this level is a function of the length and the consistency. Hard to get over it on a long scale. And it's been a very fun one to work through so far. Very large level overall, tons of variety to the setups that were done pretty much in the first few days after the Mecha Koopas were introduced. But yeah, really looking forward to what the actual Week 3 levels will involve as they come up over the next couple of hours. But yeah, definitely catch up on all of Week 2 if you haven't finished that set already. Week 2, I think, had some really interesting stuff. I don't remember if you would have seen some of that when we ran it last Tuesday. I don't remember if you came by. Whoops. But that's pretty much the schedule that we'll probably continue to follow. Obviously, in the first day or two after the 4YMM releases, so on a Sunday and Monday, a lot of the really big full-time partner-level streamers get their hands on that stuff. I tend to do a bit of a smaller but completionist run-through. Currently Tuesday afternoons and evening EU. Don't know if that's a time that we'll keep. I find that stream attendance tends to be a little bit weird during that spot, simply because EU is going to bed and NA is getting off work. But it's been a good slot so far in terms of giving me enough time to really explore the 4YMM levels properly and focus on doing a lot of the optional content. Okay, so it's when the trampoline comes up that we are able to wrap around, because we actually wanted to bounce off the trampoline when it was itself bounced up. And that was the key to the level that we did not figure out earlier every time we had hit that final obstacle, was what the secondary trampoline timing was going to be. Once we saw it, this just fell immediately. And so much for the level 6 Laser Lotus from Document. Okay, so having seen Document, let's swap to something that's perhaps going to be a little bit on the easier side, just to take a break from this. I think we were pretty much on the dot with that clear rate, although I think my playthrough was not going to sway that number at all, given that you have already had 100,000 attempts on this, so I think whatever I did here was not statistically significant. And yeah, actually, let's take a look at, although, actually, no, I might want to save Tino in case Tino drops by like he sometimes does. Actually, no, we'll take a look at some of Tino's stuff first, and if he drops by, I can just take a look at an additional one. Because I understand that Tino, most of his levels tend to be the ones that are on the very easy side in terms of clear rates, but which still involve some interesting contraptions. And so the world that consists of 5 levels should be pretty quickly doable. You can see that it was uploaded on the 25th of April, so just very shortly after the 3.0 patch, and so it is going to consist of 5 older levels, and so it makes sense, I think, to just cover them all at once. And yeah, if Tino comes by later, we can look at one of the harder ones that he has created as well. Okay, so we are going to have a bank of 15 lives. Look at how many plays there are on this thing. And indeed, the cap of 9.99 that made it all the way to the end. Definitely looks like a lot of players just stuck with it all the way through, but it is just one world. Here is a Rescue, Stolen Yoshi Eggs. Yeah, I don't think I've seen any of these ones before. I have played a number of Tino's older levels, but not this one. So we have Red and Green Egg. This is just, I think, a bit of an opening scene. And, okay, that's a bit of a cutscene where the mole is going to grab all 3 of the big red eggs. And so they've been stolen. Now we have to rescue them. So we're going to have a claw drop over here. Probably going to have an on-off activation. Okay, that's pretty much all we needed to do, in fact. But then, if we drop the trampoline, then is it going to bump the egg up here? Yes, that's going to be a yay. Interestingly, I guess the yay that releases Yoshi releases 1 spot in the entity limit, and that's what allows this trampoline to fall. I think that's what's going on, is that at the moment that the egg hatches, you have 1 spot that is freed up. Interesting to think about that sequence of interactions when Yoshi actually spawns. I guess we do have to go under on the other side in order to drop the egg. And that's a yay, and look at that. That's going to give us access to the door. So yeah, it looks like it is an egg-based entity trick. Just going to drop that. I mean, pretty easy cutscene style interactions, as you can see. But we'll just raise that. Managed to drop Yoshi down on a platform, and that should be a yay. Okay, that's going to toggle the switch. I kind of just did that blindly. But I see at this point that we'll just drop. And that's going to release a muncher. Yep, that's just going to release that. Give us access to the door. Now here's a checkpoint. Interesting that you have a right and left arrow set up here. Oh, okay. I didn't quite read this accurately. I see that the point is, of course, to rescue the eggs. You don't want them to hatch because if they hatch, they do release the Koopa onto P-switch. Nope, that's wrong. Yeah, because this is a sorting issue where you want the wigglers to go to the right side, you want the eggs to go to the left side. If the eggs wind up on the wiggler side, they hatch, and the hatching is what will release the entity limit. Same with the wigglers going down to the bottom, because I think what's happening there is that a wiggler death on that side, as you can see, is also releasing the big Koopa. So yeah, so this is basically a sorting game. And at the end of the sorting game, it gives you a key. You used something like this before, like in terms of the entity interaction, or in terms of the left-right sorting checking? Yeah, because I'm sort of wondering about how that is built in terms of how either side would kind of filter the egg in the wiggler. I think it's fairly clear that a kill on the wiggler would release the entity limit by 1, and a hatch on the egg would release the Yoshi egg, and so it's just a matter of where they are landing or how they're being dealt with as they get off the track on either side. So yeah, the left-right sorting thing. Yeah, pretty interesting for a course that, once again, is designed to be super, super easy, very difficult to fail. I think it introduces the mechanic and leads up towards that ultimate mechanism quite well, in terms of training you to think about the type spawns and giving you a sense of what to expect. So, down to 14 lives as we move on to the ghost house. So here we have a mysterious question block. So, that question block certainly looks very mysterious. Let's see what's it. It's going to glitch things out and break the scroll stop. Okay. Yeah, let's pop the bomb. Going to lower our path over here. Once again, a glitch. And it's going to trigger... what? Trigger absolutely nothing by the looks of it. We could have come through this door anyway, given the trampoline drop. Oh! Wasn't even thinking about that sinking area. Hitting the power course will allow us to just loop around. Left side looks like it is once again an entity-based gate that will spawn a trampoline out of the pipe. That is correct. I mean, not that this is unprecedented, but I am kind of beginning to think of this as a Tino gate. Given how frequently used in these levels, I kind of wonder what's going to bust through here. That is, of course, just going to be proximity-based. Yeah, that's going to wipe a bit of everything. And that's going to, yeah, give us that coming out of the left side. Yeah, fairly simple set of tech demonstration so far. I guess this is another sinking seesaw interaction? No, I guess not. But then... Okay, I guess that's also proximity driven. And we have to wait for the key. Yeah, that was quite obviously going to be a panel over there. I guess this will be a wiggler, a bump. And then we just kind of move everything forward. Okay, so we glitched that, and then what's the interaction that we pay attention to? Because is it something that we failed and would require us to reset through the door? I think it might be. Yeah, because you see this gate here, I feel like we were supposed to not trigger that gate. That something wrong might have happened? No, that's just going to take us through. Okay, no, that's part of the intended loop. Once again, don't really know what that switch was doing. I think that's just part of the risk of having so many things work off screen. And, oh, okay, that's just a hidden completion card. Yeah. I mean, that one has some interesting tech demos to it. I think that one is maybe a level that's, you know, these setups are interesting, but they're not terribly interactive. Like, they are definitely tuned to be, like, hit this block and something happens. So, much less to think about and observe, I think, but you can tell that it was meant for an easy audience that is impressed by maker tricks like that we tend to take for granted, so... And, you know, easy players need content too. But perhaps not as engaging from me in terms of actively thinking about what's going on as something like the Yoshi and Wiggler stage that we had seen before. Now, let's think about what those are indicating. I guess that's indicating an off-screen safe zone, using, of course, custom scroll. And yeah, just using a scroll position to give you a marker for platforms that you should not be too scared of. Okay, no, I just completely did not read the ground blocks there. Whoops. Going to tank the clear rate on a really easy level. That's what we do. And yeah, we'll just keep going. No, just need to jump straight up. Doing a little bit too much to avert. The saw blade one is not actually going to hurt me, just given its placement relative to the ground blocks. Yeah. Going to be quite smooth, in fact. Okay. This level's kind of interesting in that you have these moving parts, like the blue platforms and such, and a lot of obstacles that just kind of make you keep going and also follow the auto-scroll, but in a very gentle setting where everything kind of is relaxed and moves slowly. It's kind of like the Bufflin style of level, but tuned down to something that's like a really sort of slowish, easy mode. I should have thought about the high bounce on that. Fairly obvious. Yeah, it's kind of like taking that fast-paced, action-oriented style and seeing how much of it still works at a slow pace. So, oh, I was just not reading the semi-solid accurately at all. So as a platforming level, that actually works in a very fascinating way. No, I needed to get ahead of that thwomp. I was looking at that thwomp and thinking, okay, can I get behind? Also noticed the one-way panel that was where the snake block was released. I guess as a one-tile slot, that wasn't really something cheesable in terms of landing into it, like when the snake block goes over, but that was definitely something that came to mind. Whoops, just came in a little bit low there. But yeah, it's incredible how much this feels like Tino's rendition of what sort of easy mode Bufflin style would be like. Which is good, because I think there is a great deal of demand for that kind of mid-expert content. I have no idea what clear rate on this is, of course, but at a glance I would guess something around a 5% zone, depending on length. You know, something that's kind of mid-range and approachable, but still eases you into that sense of motion and repositioning that you get from a style to which we're more accustomed to from the people who are typically more in the 1 to 2% range. Okay. Yeah, plenty of very generous error margins on all of these, and it's still very engaging. Yeah, good solid platforming course. I guess that... Okay. That's fine too. Really know how I might have had the opportunity to get up onto the door on the right side. Yeah, and I guess this was set up as an optional level to begin with, wasn't it? As side content for people who are progressing through the world. And yeah, I was going to comment on something at the end of that level, and I've already forgotten what it was going to be. But thank you for the GGs. Okay, actually got a 1-up off of this for once. I've never done better at this game. I've never survived with more than 1 hit remaining. Okay, so just 2 more. Do this one and then the castle. And that would pretty much be it for Tino World. So here's a short trip with Nessie. So it'll be either the Loch Ness Monster or the very similar Nessie that we see in, Super Mario 3D World. Slightly different color, of course, I think. Or, actually no, I'm trying to remember what color he tended to be. I thought in Mario 3D World, orange, but, you know, very visible anyway to do that here. The night theme using the ice blocks to create that body. Actually, no, now that I think about it, when I think about how Nessie looks in Super Mario Odyssey, when you see him at the very end, definitely blue. Actually, multiple places in Odyssey, in fact, definitely blue. Quite enjoyed the presence of Nessie in Odyssey, in fact. Okay. Switch. I'm going to give you an optional exit. This one is the one from NSMB. Okay, yeah, that's right. It's sort of strange to think about, like, just how many appearances Nessie has had, then, because I still think of, you know, a lot of these new characters as new. Like, pretty much everything since Super Mario World, or at best Yoshi's Island, as a new addition to the series. Okay, so that's going to have a controlled drop while Nessie is all set up. That, of course, will be the same way that it works when you respawn from checkpoint as well. actually kind of think that people who might have been long-running followers of Kino's levels from the easy mode side, they're going to be in for a little bit of a shock, I think, when it comes to 4YMM level. I mean, it's not hard at all for us. Like in that, it's kind of a cool tech setup, but it's definitely much more tuned for veterans than a lot of this stuff. Very cool, though. I mean, you know, Nessie taking up half the screen over there still leaves plenty of room to play with. And a pretty decent sense of pace overall. Can I go over? I guess not. Okay. Yeah, Plessy is who I was thinking of. Awesome Lamp. Plessy is the orange one. You're absolutely correct. My memory is just scrambled at this point. However, Blue Nessie does return in Odyssey. I'm very certain of that. But yeah, Plessy is the one that I'm thinking of in 3D World. And of course, Plessy has the benefit of being a 4-seater. And yeah, I do remember the NSMB Nessie. I really have to go back and play original NSMB. I do have the cart with me and a 3DS, which could play the old DS carts, of course, and so I actually do kind of want to review that game, because I haven't done a full run through original NSMB since old New Super Mario Brothers, I guess, since it originally came out in 2006. So my memory for it is actually quite poor relative to many of the other Mario games. Of the new series, NSMB U is the one that I know by far the best, but that's because I've completed it. Plus New Super Luigi U to 100% multiple times in both the single and co-op. Didn't do 100% of the challenges now. Okay, so here's a series of twister setups. Timings are going to be fairly relaxed to work with. I mean, there's a bit of a sense of threat from the Podoboos and the ghosts just bouncing back and forth. And yeah, that's timing dependent. But nice well-timed bounces are enough to get you across in short order. Interesting that the POWs will kind of get rid of the Podoboos like that. I actually don't know that I knew the red POW and Podoboo interaction in 3D World. Despite how often I've played around with red POWs in 3D World. I mean, I guess I just never really used Podoboos that often. This is clearly going to be... Oh, I see. It is a setup that I need to reset because I need the shell to survive, I think. Okay, no, I need to hit that window where I think I just need to tap the shell. Yeah, but then at what point in the twisters does... Okay, no, because the POW is just range-based. I just need to get it through POW range. I need to think about it like a red POW rather than blue, so... As long as it gets up out of range, it should do everything here. Yeah, great. Original NSMB deserves a lot of credit for being the first time that a lot of the mechanical identity of 3D Mario finally got brought into 2D platforming. Very simple things, the ground pounds, the wall jumps, simple interactions like that, kind of like uniting this 3D into 2D kit. I remember thinking that the shell suit was a bit of a dud, and that the Mega Mushroom I didn't like too much, because the Mega Mushroom just kind of broke stuff, and I didn't find it that interesting. So from a power-up perspective, I recall thinking that NSMB probably could have done more interesting power-ups. And of course, it's much later in the series that we start seeing stuff like the penguin suit, right, which is amazing. And I think would be a big draw for Maker 3, if we unfortunately have to wait that long to have the penguin and to have ice-spaced interactions. But yeah, I think NSMB 1 definitely does deserve a ton of credit for, just kind of how it was reviving a 2D line and the way it went about doing that by thinking about, okay, what are people's expectations of Mario's moveset now? In that, it was the first game to think about bringing the 3D moveset into the 2D plane before we saw some of the things later on, like the side-scrolling segments in the Galaxy games. Yeah, Mega Mushroom very much was a gimmick. Mega Mushroom was basically just wrecking everything like you would with a star. So that's, I think, pretty much it for World. And yeah, nice to take a break with looking at something that is on the easier side. I think at this point we can get back to a little more involved platforming. So yeah. So yeah, that it's covered many of Tino's most recent creations. That just kind of went down the list. Look at how popular some of these are. He's just this extremely extremely high profile and popular maker, and maybe the one with the biggest presence and audience in game coming into this week's set. It certainly looks that way from Maker Points. Blue shell suit. I kind of wonder about that, but when it comes to the NSMB kit, yeah, I do think the penguin suit is a big loss. I mean, we had so much introduced to this game in terms of fire mechanics that were not present in Maker 1, that to me, it really would have made a lot of sense to also incorporate some ice mechanics. And when you already have so many sliding mechanics that were built in with the introduction of slopes, the penguin suit always felt like the next natural step. The penguin suit is just, I think, one of the most incredible and underrated things that the new Soup series brought to the table on the whole. So, let me just pull up another code here. Okay, let's take a look at 7FC. J5 HG. You would rather have the ice flower in the penguin suit? I mean, yeah, I can definitely see how from something like a puzzle-oriented perspective you would want something that's slightly less versatile. It's sort of interesting if you think about it, that for instance we got the Super Leaf but never got the full-scale Tanuki suit from SMB3 that gives you the statue form, but in place of the Tanuki suit we got the Dry Bones shell, which allows you to use its invincibility power pretty much in the same way we've used a Tanuki statue. I think the Tanuki statue might have had some interesting interactions of its own if they figured out how to build it, around collisions, like, if you turned into the Tanuki statue while you're on a conveyor belt, for instance, does that put you into a dead stop or a collision in a way that the Dry Bones shell wouldn't? That if they thought about interactions like that, there would be a lot that would be added by a second stage power-up like that, that also gives you the power of flight, etc. But that's kind of an analogous question to, the power differential between the penguin suit and just a standard ice flower. I think in general, though, that, when it comes to Mario Maker, the more it acts like an interactive toolkit and a physics system, the more interesting it gets. That's certainly true for the fire mechanics. I kind of wish it were true for ice mechanics. So here's a boss rush, a Galumba attack from Bird Hair, who is, of course, from the Dutch Maker crew. The Dutch Maker crew that just has this incredible national representation in this game. And Bird hair gives us a bit of a warning here that this is not for the faint-hearted. Survive this bullet-filled adventure. So it looks like we're going to have some kind of bullet hell boss rush here, and, you know, that's the kind of thing we do. See how this one goes. Okay, so we have a bit of a seesaw balancer. Seesaw balancer is just going to be a bit of an intro scene, I think. It warns us about the shell setup that is going to be in that room up there with the key door, and yeah, indeed, that's exactly what it's doing. We had, of course, a little bit of practice with this mechanic, the spin jumping into the on-off switches, just from, whoops, all the attempts we put into the stun lock level on yesterday's stream. Of course, this is going to work a little bit differently with the dodging we have to do on the diagonal Podoboo. It's got to stay reasonably close to the center, I think, to... Yeah, it looks like that's... There is going to be a certain cooldown time between the shell spawns anyway. Yeah, not even the ice sliding system. I mean, that would be part of it. But also just the ability to freeze objects. Or refreeze them, or, you know. In the best case, turn them into ice blocks the way that you can in NSMB, so here we are. Yeah, it's too bad that the co-op support in this game feels a little bit undercooked, like it was only ever going to accommodate levels that played traditionally, and would just break so many things like contraptions, because I did really love the co-op experience in both of the console and SMB games. And I thought they enhanced the experience considerably. That, like, it's one of those things that NSMB Wii does not get enough credit for. Why am I doing that? Not ground pound in this style. Okay, you have to wiggle it. I see. Okay, no, I see what to do. Yeah, turn enemies and objects into ice and slide them around. Bring the game closer and closer to Breath of the Wild when you are introducing Cryonis. The Cryonis interactions in Breath of the Wild were something that I'm very proud to just kind of figure out by myself before I ever saw the related tutorial and dungeons. Like being able to climb waterfalls with them, that was just an absolute pleasure to discover just by trying it. And then much later, I found a shrine that actually teaches you to use Cryonis to climb waterfalls. I'm just thinking of that, of course, because of the discussion around the penguin suit and the ice flower and all the things you can do with that. But yeah, just think of all the things you can do. I will say that when it comes to NSMB on DS, even though I was a little bit skeptical of the other power-ups, the mini mushroom was really something. I mean, I think it's very easy to forget just because it has no presence at all in Maker, and nothing even comes close to approximating it in Mario Maker, but the mini mushroom I thought was kind of a work of madness, but also a work of brilliance. Like, it actually is a crazy power-up in terms of how much it changes the rules of the game. You know, that you get the water dashing that you get with the frog suit here, but that you also get those tight squeezes into the miniature pipes, and just so many other interactions besides the fact that you ride safely on certain surfaces that, whoops, normally you would kill with a jump. Mini mushroom in low grav, I think. Well, that would cover a lot of space, let's say. There are some things I think that would have to be reworked in order to really accommodate the mini mushroom. You know that, for example, well, I mean, the mini mushroom can, of course, always just be style specific to NSMB, because if it weren't style specific, you would have to worry about things like the pipe artwork in SMB3 Forest, for instance. SMB3 Pipeland, but if it were something like an NSMB exclusive, you could get some pretty interesting mechanics coming out of that. And also, I think just NSMB precision levels that are even more annoying. I think it would... Like, imagine precision levels that are designed around the mini mushroom. I think that would be an absolute nightmare. But... I mean, I'm kind of biased against precision levels of tight corners, so... That's sort of the first thing I have in mind when it comes to, okay, if you introduce the mini mushroom, how could that be abused with bad design? And Awesome Lab says, do you think the mini mushroom was best in NSMB because they would most times give you to power up in a level? Yeah. I mean, there was... Like, I have to kind of keep the games separate in my head when it comes to some of the mini mushroom progression, but I do remember it being vital to unlocking the 2 unlockable worlds that you get through alternate paths in NSMB. Okay. But yeah, that the placement in it kind of followed a slightly different set of rules than their placement in something like NSMBU, for instance. Mini mushroom truck jumps, yeah. Yeah, a lot of bullet dodging. Gotta go around the clock. Rock around the clock tonight. Oh, I should have actually taken advantage of one of those bullets. But here we just need to dodge Junior on either side. That's not going to be too bad. Say, of course, as I get hit, lose the mushroom. Yep, just need to fall gracefully after each of those hits. One more should do it. Nope. And yeah, you know, one of the things, speaking of what Awesome Lab just said about the mini mushroom earlier, like, I always did feel that power-up progression and retaining power-ups from one level to the next was something that was a very core part of what made Mario click all the way back from SD1. Obviously, that's not practical in any kind of super world system here in Mario Maker because it would just straight up break clear checking. But, you know, for something that's not possible in Maker, I felt like that it was something that was very important about what made Mario's world structure meaningful as a world structure. Particularly when you enhanced it with things like the inventory system in SMB3, for instance, where you would kind of think about item progression as something that happens on the level of, like, on the scope of the world rather than on the scope of an individual stage. And that's... Whoops. And that was one thing that, of course, did not come back to the 3D series until 3D Land and 3D World. And that's something that I thought those games like really kind of absolutely nailed, was just a sense of you know, the amount of color and variety that could be added by just being able to keep power-ups. Of course, not for any... I don't think they were really ever used for any necessary paths there, the way that the mini mushroom was, in terms of carrying the mini mushroom from level to level, but it's definitely, I think, something to think about when it comes to asking the question, okay, what does standard Mario still do that Mario Maker does not or cannot do? But then, you know, that's the thing that makes standard Mario work so well, is that you have this versatility to it. Like, everything was tested to work with every possible power-up, that every possible power-up works with most levels. There are some exceptions, of course, when you have gimmick levels like Two Wheeler, which are all about one power-up. Well, two if you count cheesing it with Blue Yoshi, but who does that? And, okay. But yeah. Mini Mushroom. That's, I think, something that was definitely a stroke of brilliance. There's a lot about NSMB as a series that I think is underrated. But as we've been saying, I do need to return to NSMB 1. I think I will do that, well, as one of my next off-stream projects. Obviously, I'm not equipped to stream anything from DS/3DS, and I think it would not really look that photogenic anyway. But yeah, I mean, lately I have been redoing all of Yoshi's Island. After I do all of Yoshi's Island, I think it would kind of make sense to do all of NSMB. Given that I think, when I think about the first-party Nintendo platforming design, particularly in Mario's series, like, there is this very huge before and after jump that happened in the 11-year gap between Yoshi's Island and SMB on DS. And as I said, a lot of that was, you know, NSMB just sort of accommodating to reality that in that span of time, 3D games happened, that the entire kind of 3D era on consoles had to be accounted for. And so I think making that jump from playing Yoshi's Island up to NSMB, I think, is going to be quite an experience. Now, Yoshi's Island wasn't the absolute last. I think DKC 3, I believe, came out in 96, shortly before the N64. I may be wrong about that, but to be honest, I never actually played DKC 3. And so now that DKC is being added to Virtual Console, I hope that DKC 2 and 3 are going to come soon enough. I know there was a little bit of weirdness with the rights to DKC a couple years ago where they were actually pulled from Wii Virtual Console. That for a long time the entire DKC Rare trilogy was in fact available, and then it wasn't. And that was kind of a bit of a cause for concern, but although with DKC I honestly prefer the retro games anyway. I mean, I know a lot of people like absolutely swear by DKC 2, but I think I would have to revisit DKC 2 with my sort of modern eye for platformer design to really speak to that properly. But yeah, I mean, you know, like, obviously people who were mainly playing on consoles, like, they would have that era in the late 90s and early 2000s where everything was going 3D, and I just felt like there was this massive absence where side-scrollers were supposed to be, and that, you know, Like, I did not feel like 2D was at all done or exhausted as a format or genre. I felt like we kind of just had a lot of wasted years in there where, like, obviously I think in the past 10 years between both Mario Maker and a lot of indie developers working in the 2D space, we've just seen tons of design research, I guess, into what can still be done with a side-scroller form. And of course, Nintendo themselves getting back into the game in a very big way. And it's kind of like they were all just picking up from where we left off and where we should not have left off in the first place. Where, like, I mean, you know, video game genres come and go, and some of them will fall out of fashion, some of them will be neglected for a very long time. I still don't think that there was ever a genre drought that was nearly as bad as the 2D platformer drought in the late 90s and early 2000s, and which was only, I think, really truly ended by NSMB on DS. Like, I don't think any kind of genre drought has ever been that bad, and I don't think it will ever be that bad again in some. Okay, that's a completion. Wasn't too bad after all. A lot of dodging. So yeah, that's one level from Bird Hair. Boss Rush Galumba attack. I think ultimately the Galoombas didn't really make that big of a difference. They were riding back and forth on seesaws and such, but they weren't really the core of a lot of what those challenges were about. I'm going to pull up one more from Bird Hair that I had marked down. Something that I wanted to show off. I guess it's kind of true that 3D platformers have fallen a little bit out in the meantime, and perhaps I just don't notice that as much because I'm much less attached to 3D platformers as a form, but it is very true that mainline Mario was pretty much the only thing keeping it going for a long time, and, you know, at least we had mainline Mario on a very consistent schedule, in that it was still showing up every single generation, that you had to have Galaxy on Wii, you would have 3D World on Wii U, you would have Odyssey here, like, you know, 3D Mario is still something that is hitting every generation consistently. That's not something that I think we could really say for 2D, but it is true that 3D Mario has mainly been doing that by itself. That, for instance, like 3D Rayman has been dead forever and ever. And now even the 2D revival of Rayman with Origins and Legends is a couple years in the past. That, like, Rayman Legends was 7 years ago now, and like, I don't know when we're going to get another one of those, simply because of Ubisoft and what their priorities tend to be in terms of, like, everybody working on Beyond Good and Evil from, you know, original Rayman side. But 2D platforms are at least, like, they're fairly easy for the indie developers to fill in a big way, and they've really been carrying out that duty with distinction. 3D platformers, we've seen some of them get into that space, but I don't know that I've really known much of the indie offerings there yet. So, for instance, I did play the 2D ukulele, and I loved it. But I know that it was, of course, a successor to the 3D ukulele, which I honestly don't know much about, and I know had actually met with some mixed impressions. So we'll take a look at one more thing from Bird Hair here, and this is going to be Super Boat Maker, where, as you can see in the previous screen, you create your own powerful boat to survive the dangerous rivers. But yeah, it's kind of true that, like, 3D platforms are very dependent on the Mario line, or at least seem that way, and it's might just be a matter of time before, you know, Like the people who really grew up with the N64 instance. Oh, create your own POW boat. Okay. I gotta rethink this. Hang on. Right, I guess we have to make my own stack. Okay, it's actually very customizable. Yeah, because look at the way these POWs are stacking together. And then they drop, and then they get on the belt, and they all lower. So, what we do is we stack our own POW boat. I see. This is extremely customizable. Stack my own POW boat. Probably create like 2 stacks. This is cool. Wow. I feel like I'll need higher stacks than that, just given how tall the column to the right is and how much height we'll need to gain. But then I have the trampoline, and so I just need a trampoline to do work for me. And yeah, you were saying about the Hat in Time. I had heard about Hat in Time. I had not really looked into it. There was, in one of the, well, in the last sort of indie-based Nintendo Direct, there was a game called Blue Fire that looked like it was really kind of getting into that 3D platforming space. Oops. Yeah. That's okay. I think we'll just need to ditch a couple of those POWs and, you know, we don't need to be perfect. Yeah, that's good. Good enough. For government work. Really neat. I feel like we had an opportunity to take Trampoline with us, but that level is not tuned around that, obviously, because we are hitting the checkpoint here, so let's make another stack. The on-off switch, as you can see, will drop the blaster on the jump block on the right side. That will activate... Oh, no it won't, actually. Hang on. It looks like then that... Yeah, if the thing on the right side is a bomb, then we'll have 2 consecutive on-off activations. If we tap this block, you'll have activation number 1. It will presumably drop a bomb out of the jump block to the right. That will give us bomb number 2. Now, the thing about bomb number 2 is that it's going to create a bit of a timed gate for us to get over... Oh, no, too soon. Fine, we'll deal with it. Okay. Not perfect, but we'll do it. This must be a really interesting level to just speedrun, actually. I mean, I wouldn't do it, but in terms of trying to optimize a really good functional boat, I think that would be quite interesting. Okay, I was trying to hit that. I guess we need a bit of an edge jump. Oh, wait a minute. So I was never supposed to come in here with the off state in the first place. That seems like maybe it's just a bit of a bug or oversight then. Because, yeah, it was very clear that I should have been in the on state and been forced into the on state coming into this room then. For some reason that did not activate. So that did force a bit of a death. We can grab the P-switch over here. I'm just going to scout ahead. See what we're dealing with. Okay, so this is going to give me a little bit of a preview. Ultimately, we will want to get the P-switch activated and to rise through both of these columns, both of these rows rather, of bricks that are transformed into coins. And we need to do that quickly enough in order to get to the P door up top. So, in order to do that, we need both the... Okay, so we need to think about, first of all, how we're going to have enough height off the POW stack. In order to get through both of these areas, I assume that's something that's going to present itself when we see how the mechanism on the lava level actually works. But we'll need to definitely keep the trampoline in order to bounce up high, and also keep the P-switch, activate the P-switch before we go up that whole segment. So let's create the boat. This is a really interesting concept. I love how flexible it is. I mean, it takes some time to put together, but I think the real interest here, as I was saying before, is, you know, how do you actually do this efficiently and do it well, and do it minimally in such a way that you can still make all the jumps. So, I mean, you know, we're Mario Maker players. As Mario Maker players, we know just how much crossover there is with people who love builder games, Minecraft, Terraria, in my case, Factorio, that sort of thing. And how much of the appeal of those games rests on having the flexibility to just create your own stuff like this and have a very customized feeling experience. And so that's going to be a terrible position. I feel like this level is actually really demonstrating that well. An innovative way. Yeah, Awesome Lamp, I absolutely adore Factorio. I wanted a 2-level stack there, or at least a lower level that I can dive into calmly. I don't think I actually had a way to know that. I do need a 3 stack at least, because that will get me over these blades here. However, yeah, no, the scouting information gave me enough to work with, in that I knew that the bottom tile here would be 1 space above the top space on these saw blades here. Because of that, I did know that my stack had to work in such a way that I could get on a lower level, but also get back on a higher level. So let's rethink how we're going to build the boat. Eyes to buy that builds the boat, and eyes to buy that sail there. Okay. Old folk song that I think is actually relevant here. But eyes to buy that builds the boat, and eyes to buy that sails her. Eyes to buy that catches the fish and brings her home to Liza. Something like that. Don't really know it that well. Okay, so we need a 3rd layer, possibly even a 4th layer to get enough height. Let's... Okay. See how we're going to do this. Yeah, because I want to get on lowest level. Yeah, so the too high level. Wait a minute. I think I blocked myself. Hang on. I think I blocked myself from getting the P. That's slightly frustrating. However, we can unstack some things. And maybe I can get... well, this is a disaster. This attempt is a disaster. But yeah, Awesome Lamp, I absolutely do play Factorio. I haven't touched in a couple of patches, so I haven't seen like all the latest revisions to the high-definition art that has come in with 0.18. So yeah, this attempt I think is a total wash, but oh well. Hang on. See if I can do this any better. Because ultimately I will need access to... You know what? We gotta redo this. That was absolutely dreadful. Yeah, I've been playing Factorio for a couple years, like since it first came to Steam with the 0.12 patch, 0.12 patch. But yeah, I'm not surprised as a Mario Maker builder that you also play Factorio. I think you're maybe the first one to have come to this stream in terms of like somebody who I can talk Factorio with. I have had a lot of Minecraft people come by. I think Electrodude is a Minecraft person, what I remember. Rather obvious where that crossover is coming from as well, of course. But yeah, I never really got into the really massive mod scene in Factorio or the multiplayer servers. I just played, you know, standard vanilla rocket launches. Mostly. Like, I haven't done the Bobs and Angels stuff or Industrial Revolution or the really popular total conversion mods, but I found that even just a standard rocket building game is such a massive experience. That's way too early. No, 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 no. No, oh, okay, that's it. However, we have a bit of time to adjust. Hang on. Okay, this is a disaster. Lost a trampoline, lost a P-switch. Oh, just totally blew that. This is fantastic. I love this level. Like, it's you know, the first part was maybe a little bit trivial in that it's like, oh, okay, fine, we'll just move to POW blocks, and it's a cool concept, but we just stack POWs, right? Like, not much variety to it. This part, you actually need to strategize. You need to think about, how am I going to build the structure? How am I going to place everything in such an order that kind of allows me access to the held objects I want and also accurately accounts for the various platforming constraints that are going to come. Like, it looks very simple that you just kind of make a, you know, 3-stack pyramid or something, but in practice, there's actually a lot going on here in terms of making a boat that gives you a little bit of room to move. But yeah, it's so cool. Okay, we'll do 4-stack because we don't know how much height we need off the very end. Okay, let's move this a bit so I can actually move these things here. Look at this. Okay. Steamboat Willie. Steamboat Toadette, I guess. Look at this. Okay, I need to not accidentally hit the P-switch. Yet. No, okay. Putting the P-switch there was a terrible idea. Okay. But we have the right idea when it comes to the actual POW stacking. I just need to put the P-switch in a safe place so I'm not constantly crossing over. But yeah, I mean, the fact that Awesome Lamp, you were with Factorio since before the Steam era, like, you must have really seen it change quite a bit. Because I've only really seen, you know, some of the artwork and development screenshots from the era. And it was the Steam release that really brought it to my attention back in 2016. And, yeah, Factorio is, you know, just... I like to think of it, I very often describe it as kind of the completion of a lot of the ambition that the original era of the big sim games had. Okay, you know what? We'll hit the P-switch because we can always get another P-switch off that blaster. Better to just expend it. In that, you know, back in the early 90s when you didn't only have SimCity, but you had like Sim Ant and Sim Farm and Sim Earth and Sim Everything, Sim Tower. And there actually was like some kind of Sim Factory, I think. Ah, no, too early! Mom, don't do that to me. Okay, whoops, there we go. Okay, we made it, we made it, we made it. That was not what I intended, but okay, we'll take it. Nope, nope. This is a very entertaining level. I am absolutely in love with this. I gotta tell Birdhara that afterwards, that I thought this was fantastic. And yeah, you were telling me about Minecraft Redstone, and yeah, it seemed like a lot of the Minecraft Redstone crowd also went over to Factorio, and vice versa. That, you know, when people would tell me about Minecraft Redstone, I would say, like, I mean, I haven't played it, but it seems like a lot of the Redstone people are also Factorio people, so like the game for you. But yeah, I think the kind of connection to where Mario Maker would have a similar appeal is kind of self-explanatory. Okay. So, similar to before, we'll build it like that. I'm going to... We need to find some way to just get the P-switch out of the way. Hang on. Let's do that. Way better, way better. Trampoline over here. P-switch to the left so we're not jumping around it all the time. We don't want to accidentally jump on the trampoline either, so I want to hold it, and I'll drop the whole boat down. Hey, Super Boss. Yeah, this level is fantastic. Okay. So, boat's gonna stop, right? No, you need to stop it manually. Oh shoot. No, we don't have enough height here. Okay. No, I forgot to account for the fact that I would need to stop the conveyors manually at the very end, and I did know that. I thought about that earlier. I didn't really talk about it, but I thought about that earlier, and so we can't just put the POW stack all the way to the right. Like, I need as much height as possible from the trampoline. Maybe prepare the trampoline in advance. God, this is fantastic. Yeah, because it's just very versatile level that you can solve through planning and self-guided strategy. And so, you know, the early part of the level just kind of taught you the mechanic, but and now you're actually tested against it properly. And when I saw the earlier part of the level, I did not imagine that the way you would be tested would be this good. I'm gonna hit a P-switch now because I don't have enough room to reposition stuff there. But let's bring it over, just so we have access. Let's not hit the question block prematurely. Something that has happened a few times already. One thing that would be great for this game is things that act independently, like maybe fire piranhas that fire like cannons. Maybe. I mean, you know, you have to balance that against the interest of having everything be visually clear to the player, such that when you see things, you know what they're going to do. But if you're thinking about it like, for example, highly visible variants of existing enemies, kind of like the newly introduced variants of the Mecha Kubas, and that's one way that it could be implemented. That, you know, like if you just have it be very visually clear that the change in enemy behavior is also going to be reflected by some kind of very visible visual clue. Okay. Shoot, need a little bit more access to that lower level. Hang on. Try not to hit this. Okay, that's great, that's great. That's great. I think we can do this now. Okay, I have not hit the dash button everywhere because that's just going to pick up objects when I don't want to pick up objects. And that's going to be an issue, so... Ride this across, slip back down. Yeah, this is just... Okay, a little bit far to the right, but there we go. Passed it. And all it took was a really well-built boat. Okay. On here? Okay, star. And that's completion. Yeah, that was quite something. I have no idea what Bird Hair has in store for us this week with the 4YMM level, but if it's anything like that concept, I think we're in for a treat. Like this was... And this was an early level too, look at that. That's from back in July 2019. Level is almost 1 year old. Yeah, the fact that something that versatile was created in the early stages of the game, I have not really seen a level like that in terms of having that much flexibility when it comes to planning and strategy. Very simple concept. It was only really one room at the end that tested you on concept at all in terms of, you know, being a puzzle. Certainly, I think there's maybe a little bit of blindness in seeing, or at least understanding how much height you would have to work with when you drop the final boat down to the lowest level. That, for example, you would need a stack that is at most 2 high, 2 blocks high. But other than that small visibility problem, and also the on-off switch activation problem going into the last checkpoint, which kind of makes you die once. The concept is just a fantastic concept, and I can't believe this has so few plays. So yeah, Super Boss, hope you're doing well as well. Thank you for the GGs, all of you. And we're saying Electrodude, it's a shame the laser mechas only shoot when close to you. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of stuff that's going to be positionally dependent, and it would have been nice if there were some kind of way to activate it remotely, the same way that, as we saw with what some of the music blocks on tracks were doing in some of the levels we saw earlier today, how thwomps, for instance, can be activated remotely without player input. If there were some way to do that with Zappa Koopas as well, to really have that long-range interaction in a player-independent fashion, that would have been something highly useful. So in the meantime, let's take a look at something else. Let's get back into some actual platforming, perhaps. And so yeah, Super Boss, since you're coming in, we are mostly, as in the past 2 weeks, dedicating this backlog to showing off older levels by the people who are going to be uploading for 4YMM this week. That's just going to be in a couple of hours, the sort of official start time for the 4YMM levels when they're posted on the website. I will link. Is, I believe, 8 Pacific, 11 Eastern, and 5 Central European. And so yeah, we're just showing off some of the makers who will be involved in the series. So Bracky, very much a platforming builder, quite popular for the Jump King series. I wanted to show off 1 or 2 of the Jump King levels that I had not played yet. I see the world record here is held by Mechanamite, which is a name I actually do remember from Maker 1, because Mechanamite made these massive palace levels that were just these giant contraption levels that would take a long time to progress through. So I need to click through to Mechanamite to see what he's been up to afterwards. I'll just have to remember to do that. But in the meantime, we'll just look at Bracky. Got 1 or 2 of the Jump King levels listed that I had not played yet. This one is supposedly a harder level than usual, but we haven't seen the usual, so I guess we'll find out the hard way. In Jump King charging up. Now Bracky, I do know what a lot of his setups tend to be like. Lots of falling platforms, lots of splitting Goomrats. He does have a particular formula, so we'll just kind of see how that goes. For something that's in the 1% range. Nope, we had to go down this way. That's okay. Bought enough time. Yeah. Very doable blind. That's quite nice. A lot of platform reuse, as you can see. And, okay, cannonball. And then, yeah, range activated on off up top, as you can see right there. And Bracky, also a Team Shell builder. Love his quesos. So, as far as Mario Maker jargon goes, in this context, what do you actually mean by queso? Like, do you actually refer to the... I don't know. What do I think is a cheese? Is it a cheese? Or am I just thinking of something completely different? Oops. Okay, let's do this again. Oh, whoops. Yeah, it just needs to take to death here, I think. Oh, Kaizo, okay, yeah. No, I didn't know that, I guess I thought it would be referring to a particularly cheesy kind of Kaizo. But I don't know. I don't watch enough of the bigger streams or bigger communities these days to keep up with a lot of Mario Maker humor, unfortunately, and I feel like I should be more plugged into that stuff from time to time, given how much it figures into some of the levels that I'm occasionally sent. Oops. Yeah, it does indeed mean cheese. I thought so. I mean, I had already kind of specified on the last stream, I think, that I don't really speak Spanish, but I thought I knew that much. But yeah, not surprising that Team Bracky is also a Team Shell contributor. And Bracky is actually one of the makers that I would have first encountered just by seeing his stuff all over a lot of streams. Like, I saw a lot of this Jump King series widely submitted or widely played back in the earlier months of Maker 2. I'm a little bit slow around that whole bend. It's funny because I think I either one-shot or very nearly one-shot the first section. None of this stuff is harder, I'm just slipping up in some very unnecessary ways. Like, everything here is very doable blind, I think. No, just too slow on that whole drop. And that's something we'll have to account for. Yeah, just too slow on that drop. That's the big adjustment you have to make. And let's... Whoops. Again, you have a level with a French title and one with a Spanish title. Hey, good to see you again, by the way. Hope you are doing well. I think I did see yours with the French title. I couldn't remember what it was off the top of my head. I did see you had a couple of new uploads, in fact, that I still have to catch up on. They attract the flags, really, do they? And there we go. Okay, so I do not want to get on that bullet now, I wanted to get on it here. That was the issue we had previously, was bouncing off that bullet. And pretty much blocking off all of the progress I should have been making. In spite of the fact that we had, in fact, seen what the intended purpose of that bullet bill should have been. Okay, here we go. There we go, much smoother. In the face of those bunchers, okay. Didn't account for the slippage there. Yeah, so Sneakin', hope you've been doing well lately. Haven't seen you around that much, but then I've also been operating at some pretty odd times, both as a streamer and a viewer, so. There we go. But yeah, I saw that you had a couple of new things come up. And okay, just poor reaction time there. I mean, that was very straightforward. I think I was thinking that I wanted a little bit more room on the platform that was coming down on right. Yeah, for something in the 1% zone, this is fairly relaxed. I think it's one of those cases of a clear rate that is deflated by popularity. That these Bracky levels, you know, they do attract tons of plays. And the chart, and as we all know, that tends to do a bit of a number on the clear rate. Because for something that is apparently on his harder side, that is kind of low 1%, this is honestly really quite easygoing. Say that, of course, while I'm being very sloppy about everything here. Yeah, there we go, that's the segment. You made a Maestro level. Oh, you mean using the Maestro MIDI conversion tool? Yeah, no, I remember hearing about the Super Mario Maestro MIDI conversion tool because Loop and Snoop was, I think, not only talking it up, but doing a lot of the work and documenting it and playing around with it for the global music setups. Yeah, because I've been seeing a lot of that lately with people playing around with the global music tech, where you preload everything and have the loop going in a way that's completely camera independent. Like, that's been really cool, and I know like Loop and Snoop has been kind of showing that off like crazy. And some other makers as well. Like, I've seen a couple of different makers really get into that lately. There was one of the 4YMM levels that was also by like if you played a General BB's level this week, like he's you probably know the one who kind of wrote the book on a lot of the new brand of global music setups. And I mean, you know, I haven't really even made a standard music level yet, so I haven't made heads or tails of it, but it's really cool stuff in that you actually have enough room to build proper platforming. Yeah, still needed to, yeah, I mean, you still need music before you can kind of get the layout all drawn up. Yeah, I'd love to poke around with some of that at some point. I mean, for someone from a fairly serious music background, it's kind of strange that I haven't worked on any music levels before. I mean, I played around with a bit of the sort of standard hold right and run everywhere setup in Maker 1, the very conventional kind of auto-scroll music level. But I never really finished anything in that style, just kind of played around with the tech. But the new tech that people have been working with the note block usage they have here in Maker 2 now, like, some of that stuff is incredible. Yeah, helps you know which notes are which, yeah. Just so you can visualize everything and not have to test endlessly in-game. Yeah. Like, you did publish that Maestro level, right? I think I did see it. Because, yeah, if you're still here after we do some of the Bracky levels I wanted to take a look at, I was going to play this one and maybe one more. I might pull that up from your list, since like you'd been kind of on my catch-up list lately anyway. Hey, Paxman, Paxman right on time. We have been, of course, as in previous weeks, just doing the 4YMM preview of the people who are up for this week. And I had you on my list, and I was basically holding off in case you dropped by, so... if you're staying on, I'd be quite happy to pull some of yours up. We're kind of running some of Bracky's levels right now, just to see some of the older Jump King levels that I had not seen. And, oh no, I forgot to do something. One moment, I needed to punch that one back in. But yeah, we'll, Paxman, if you're staying around, we'll actually pull some of yours up as well. I was hoping to show some of them off. 1 second. I was going to check on Mechanomite, because Mechanomite's a maker, as I was saying earlier in the stream, remembered from Maker 1, but I guess they haven't actually finished anything yet. But yeah, Mechanomite, I remember, like, spent a year making this gigantic extravaganza level that came out right at the end of Maker 1, and was grinding away at that thing for hours. And beat it. But I'm not surprised that they don't actually have any uploads yet. Easy. It's pulling up another Bracky level. He has a huge list, so I thought I'd just get the codes in advance and it would actually be faster than going down the list. So yeah, I wanted to pull this one up simply because it is, I think, the most recent Jump King level from Bracky. This was before the 3.0 patch, but we can kind of see a more recent picture of what his style was like. The previous level we had seen, of course, was dated back to about September. And yeah, Electrodude, thank you for that reminder. Yeah, so we'll look at this one. If Sneakin's still around, we'll look at the Maestro level, and then we'll do Paxman after that. So donut jumps are fun. At least I hope so. So yeah, Paxman, hope the clear checking and everything else for 4YMM went well. Looking forward to whatever it is you have to show. So, okay, no, we just had to replenish that jump. Okay. Checking those icicles to be sure. Yeah. Those munchers, of course, just preventing you from holding right the whole time. No, that's not the way to do it. It was kind of interesting. Yeah, donut block. Drop it first, wrap around. Too low, but it's the right idea. Yeah, the thing I quite like about Bracky's levels is they are very, very blind friendly. There's a kind of subtle art to it. That, you know, I mean, a lot of levels that are designed like this are blind friendly out of the box, and that's what makes them work, particularly down at about the 1 to 2% range, which is right in that sweet spot. But, no. Yeah, we don't need to drop both. I actually do want to retain one for the other side. Probably drop the one on the left, just given what I'm seeing there, although maybe it's doable both ways. No. Trying to keep those alive and messing that up. But yeah, it often seems like, and maybe it's just a matter of difficulty tuning, that some of Bracky's Jump King levels, like these ones that I've been showing off, seem particularly blind-friendly. And for reasons that I don't know I quite place, but I think often it has to do with the opportunity that you get to read things on the camera, and just the spacing and the speed. You know, you don't have too much going on at once. Okay. Oh no, that was the end of the track. I did not think to account for that turnaround. I thought that I had a little bit more room before the track either dropped the donut block or turned it back, so that was a serious error of judgment on my part, but the rest of this pattern pretty much correct. Barely making some of this stuff. Okay, just skip into that pipe with these matching icy pipe corners all over the place. Yellow pipes designating the entry and exit points. It's a very clean look all around. Too late on that. Okay. Yeah, too late. Need to be faster all around. I think I'm overcorrecting for getting under the icicle. Seems to be very clearly the issue. Whoops. Not that icicle. And, yeah, not that icicle once again, but, you know, I think I'm thinking ahead to the point of failure later on, and that's maybe not so good for my perception of how to manage this, but there we go. Swamp activation of donut blocks, I think, has always been a very satisfying thing to work with. Here, we just need to land a little further to the right. Goes for both of those donut blocks, I think. Need to land on the right side of them and give myself a bit of clearance. Okay, let's drop this. Of course, with the donut blocks, the initial position allows me to do a little bit of correction up. Might be a bit low right as we get to the goal screen. But yeah, let's drop this once again. And pull that up. No, I need to think about that and take it patiently, rather, and just kind of get comfortable with my position getting into that jump. Okay, no, I really did need to drop that one right away just to be able to get through to the donut block that the swamp drops. That's something I did know. Donut fail? Yeah. Or I guess you could say in the context of Mario, donut pains. But yeah, that was very much a donut fail. Whoops. Okay, let's... We're pretty close to the end on this. Just not having a brain fart and jumping too late on a trampoline like we did earlier. Sort of interesting that they were referred to as donut blocks, in that, you know, when they debuted in SMB3, as you can see from the artwork, I don't think they particularly resemble donuts, but the way that the corners are kind of squared off on top. Okay, just a little bit of a bonus segment to play around with. you know, something to do with the safe zone. So. Yeah, I guess we'll see if whatever Bracky has in store for the 4YMM creation has any resemblance to the Jump King series. Of course, that's not the only thing that Bracky has worked on, but Jump King levels, I think, are definitely the style for which he is best known. So, sneak in, let's actually pull you up. Around? Yeah, you are. GG, thank you. So yeah, Sneak and I also noticed that you have a new world upload, so I guess I've reset my progress on yours once again. New world upload from just today, in fact. Or just yesterday. So yeah, the Maestro Sword, let's take a look and indeed a listen. Melody Handlebars by Flowbots. It's going to be a link level, so let's see how this goes. Oh wait, you mean the music level is first inside your world? Like I should tap out and just start your world? Okay. Yeah, it took me a moment to understand you. I've had that confusion with somebody else before, actually. Like, pretty much the exact same conversation. Like, play my world is first, and then I thought they were talking about it being first on the list. But yeah, starting with 76. And where the significance of that number will reveal itself. But take a look at the Maestro Sword. Once again. Okay, we got the sword. Oh, I didn't really read the bottom part there with the arrows pointing everywhere, but let's see what that's all about. Okay, I probably should have just taken out some of these along the way. Of course, it's a fairly brisk auto-scroll. Okay. I mean, I guess if I had time, I would just smack some of those POWs. And then, yeah, just gotta skip over some of those poison mushrooms. And to the right, oh, I see, probably bomb, right? Because that will break the scroll as well as activate the on-off. Okay, what's Lemmy doing here? Oh, just blocking us. Bit of a spike check. Nope. Can we get by without Link? Probably not, given that... Oh, no, we can. We'll have 2 coins, 3 coins. Nice. Fairly straightforward. Worked out pretty well. I mean, had to kind of keep on my toes with slapping some of the piranha plants along the way. Yeah, thank you. Since you're here, let's scroll ahead and take a look at some more. I mean, it's just World 1, this and the castle. We might as well see what's in store. Ten tickles, and so you had 26 levels that were plugged into 7 worlds here, right? So, yeah, I don't think I've seen this one. I mean, it does involve squid. Rather predictably. From the title. And okay. And more squid, plus power-ups, plus a drop zone. And you have a down arrow here. Oh. Okay, let's see. Needed to set everything on fire there. Okay, kind of missed. Guess maybe I should trust the coin trails for once. Oh. Okay, so much for that. Yep, just going to check all the squid. Okay. More squid? Fire flower. Okay, no. That did not go well. So this is your first level ever made then. Okay, I see. Seems like you were definitely in the mood for calamari when you put that together. I should stop voluntarily triggering that blooper. Or those for that matter, but, you know, it's a bit of a compulsion. That's what happens. You know what? I can totally just take damage boost and lose the fire flower immediately, because that's what we do. I have a bunch of 1-ups that are trapped. Reading the bloopers is an optional challenge. Okay, I see. Someone was definitely playing Splatoon. You know what? I could have just made it early. I don't know why I dawdled around there like something was going to happen. Okay. And yet, so far. Yeah, I mean, you know, if you really like calamari, you might as well play Splatoon. Although I guess that's the same kind of logic as saying that, you know, if you really, like, if you really like poultry, you might as well play Untitled Goose Game or something. Maybe it's not the best correlation. You know, to humanize the things that you're otherwise treating as food. Squid are friends. And occasionally food. A very delicious sort. Okay, let's see the fire bars over here. Yeah, of course I'm going to hit my head there anyway. Kind of like that little finale there. It was a simpler time. I mean, you know, it is something that looks very much like a first level. Like, I don't know if you ever played Mario Maker 1, but for something that is a first level, it's actually very functional. I think it's nothing to be ashamed of. Well, okay, some of the spike placements, maybe, but it's not like we had trouble with them. Yeah, thank you for the GGs. How many are there here? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. We'll look at a couple more, and then I'll get to Paxman's set immediately after that. After the pipe, you recommend stopping. Okay, well, you know what your difficulty tuning is. You would also know, I think, what some of the potential redundancy is with things I might have played before. I don't recall if I've seen this one, or if I'm thinking of somebody else's. I think I've totally seen this one, actually. Yeah, I've totally seen this one. But that's okay, we'll beat it just to save our progress in the current rendition of your world, and someday we may even get through one of these before it is completely reset. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I guess I could have safely gone for the 30 coin, but chose not to. And yeah, no, whoops. definitely did remember this, although clearly not well enough. After the pipe, it becomes Kaizo. Interesting. Well, it's going to be a big surprise for people coming in here and thinking that it's going to be benign music levels and squid all the way. Okay. Yeah, didn't want to deal with that. Icicle over there. Oh, okay. D-pad error. I was, although I think I should not have done diagonal in the first place, I should have just slipped into the pipe and recognized that I was, in fact, going to be safe. Yep. I mean, I think if they're going to get through some of the early levels, they have proven their willingness to try to forge ahead. That's just how it goes, especially when you have a fairly large and diverse portfolio. Nope. I knew last time that I wanted to let that drop first. Yeah, Sneak, I think that is true for quite a few people in terms of, as I often say, building for widescreen. And, you know, first of all, not only with the veteran Mario player's perspective of holding dash all the time, but also from kind of building this full canvas around the expectation of 16 by 9 in a way that feels much wider than the original Mario spacing simply because of a change in aspect ratio. It's a bit of an understated difference in some ways in terms of how people think about Mario spacing and how you subjectively perceive them. Indeed, how people subjectively perceive the physics of the old games when they kind of think back to their memory of them. Just the degree to which that matters is kind of surprising. Because, yeah, I've seen that a lot from a lot of makers who, you know, start out very wide just because of the way they design around their own habits and their own speed. Much more so than they are thinking about the sort of immediate visibility, rather, of things that are popping up on screen. So, whoops. Okay. So yeah, hadn't seen that one in a while. Okay, so you recommend stopping after the pipe, so as in stopping now? Okay, yeah. Okay, we'll continue it at another point and hopefully get through much more, including stuff that is new to me. So in the meantime, Paxman, where are you? My gigantic list. Yeah, Paxman, I had a few I was going to pull up. Don't know what is actually in your worlds and what would be redundant with what I've already played, but... Oh, hey, this is up already. We're going to save it for Tuesday, but those of you who are following along, it is up and running, and Gilmore's got a world record. Who's got first clear? Perfix has got first clear. Yeah, you insiders. All taking advantage of your inside track. Well, that's going to be sort of officially disclosed in due course. You folks can get on that now. I'm going to take a look at it on Tuesday when I do everything at once with the cake routes combined. In the meantime, I was definitely going to take a look at Swelterfell Castle, where you... your world is all of your levels but the 4YMM, and you are making new levels for a world designed with super worlds in mind. Okay, yeah. Makes sense for me to maybe wait for that then. And clean up a lot of your other levels in the meantime. So let's take a look at this one. This is one of the more popular ones where you swim to conquer 4 challenges to get to a final showdown with Bowser. So yeah, this is going to be the scarcely used SMB3 Knight Castle. A little more frequently used now that Frog is in play. But of course this would be pre-Frog, so... Looks like on-off switch is going to activate the scroll break. I think that's fairly clear. And then we have a checkpoint room that's going to show us a diagram of 3 challenges: Firebar, Sheep, and Podoboo. So Firebar is going to be Firebars. Who could have imagined? Yeah, just gotta tap that and work our way around. Not going to beat that, I think. But yeah, a bit of a swimming test. We coin 1. And let's proceed. Yeah, I do see the yellow pipe there leading us to the other half of the potential challenges. Looks like this is going to be pretty much purely survival based, which does not explain why we just rammed directly into the fiery fish, which is perhaps more hazardous than we might take it for. Okay, now we'll just wait for the shell to come all the way across, hit the on-off timer, and then that will give us access to the gate. Why do we do that again? Okay, I see. No, because the fluttering of the fish was a bit of a fake-out. So yeah, we'll just wait for this to get in order. And yeah, just need to get around it this once, and we are through. And let's head on over to the Podoboo. So yeah, Paxman, I hope things have been going well on the streaming side for you as well lately. I know you've also been running 4YMM on stream week to week. Not usually at times that I'm able to catch, but I did see that you were running that. So yeah, on our end, I thought week 2 was very strong. I managed to find all of the cakes. I don't know if you also found the bonus room within a bonus room in Mang's level, but I thought that was definitely kind of setting the standard for what bonus rooms are going to look like. And indeed, the bonus ending in Kerfix's level, I think a lot of people would just overlook that entirely as soon as they hit the goal. Particularly because the cake in that level is just embedded in the opening cutscene. And, okay, that's the key. Yeah, Mang has a really good secret path. I put a substantial amount of extra time into getting that, but the secret path is not just the cake, right? Like, there are kind of several embedded layers to it. And it is very worthwhile. Like, it's just a very nicely designed bonus room. Okay, so this is just going to be classic SMB3, really, except we have the power of light. Or I guess swimming, but, you know, we may as well treat it like the power of flight, given that Bowser does not have the same access to anti-gravity. So yeah, we just need to wait for him to not have learned his lesson from how things went down back in 1990. And stomp his way back down. Whoops. I think it was doable from checkpoint 1. You don't have to one-shot it. And you do have to do it from checkpoint 1 rather than from checkpoint 2. Like, there is a key that you need to keep from between CP1 and CP2. It took me a while to find it. It was kind of obvious where it was afterwards when I actually looked around carefully. But it took me a little bit of searching at first. Partly because I was kind of barking up the wrong tree in terms of where to look. And yeah, I have not really been checking out some of the comments. I should have been looking at some of the comments to see what people have been drawing. I'll just have to kind of remember to do that this week, because by the time I play them, which has usually been on Tuesdays, a lot of the huge early wave of plays has already come in, so... Okay. Yeah, nice little relaxed variety level in Swelterfell Castle. I was going to look at another one. Yeah, Boom Boom's Final Brawl. I'm going to look at a whole bunch, actually, but this was one that I had marked out beforehand. Because, you know, boss battles, we like them. So this was from September of last year, so still on 1.0 patch. And you've grinded for this boss for hours. Time to take him out. Well, seems like 9% of attempts did. So we'll see how that looks. Yeah, there haven't been many key routes that required a one-shot. Kavix did, because the key for that was, of course, from the beginning. But I don't think that was actually true for most other secrets as far in 4YMM. Okay, so eventually there will be a P-switch activation that looks like it's just going to be a sequence of on-offs. You have to pay attention to how we are dropping onto the platforms or the seesaw and the Potoboos that we are releasing in the meantime, so... Gotta be careful with that. That deflection there was nearly the end of me. Okay. Yeah, let's let all of these go for an additional cycle. And that gives me the P-door, okay. And... okay, so you're at 2 out of 3 hearts, and Boom Boom has been captured. Or maybe Boom Boom is at 2 out of 3 hearts, and we have 2 additional phases. I think that's the idea, actually. So we have a little bit of a platforming phase here. Okay, I guess that's eventually going to blow up and have some kind of on-off switch axis that eradicates all of these platforms on this side. So we'll just kind of do the circuit and... oh, I see, Mega Mushroom. Okay, that makes sense. Why did we do the whole loop? Oh, because of the snake block. Yes. And that we have the on-off activation already. So yeah, going to do a second loop around this room. It's going to feel quite different this time around, transform considerably. And once again, okay, we have Mega. Mega will give us access to that on-off switch, the next segment here. And that's going to do what? See Goombas up there? Okay. Okay, so... Boom Boom is now surrounded by a whole bunch of wings around invisible blocks, and I guess we're going to have a flying phase as we get him down to 1 heart. really love the visual indication of your boss health system here to kind of create a sense of story continuity that is just the same boom boom that you're fighting over multiple phases. Just with the lovely little heart decorations. Of course, the fact that we're coming in here with the Mega Mushroom is, well, it's just going to make everything look big. Okay. Wow, that was quite a speedy attack pattern. But a dive bomb. And yeah, should be able to make it through. 0 hearts remaining. Or, oh wait, not quite. I'm gonna drop my head first. And I'm gonna check to see if there's anything on the other side of the axe. Of course there is. 59. Success. And that was Boom Boom's final brawl. Yeah. I guess of the recent ones, I am still missing Goomba Garbage Disposal. I played a lot of the earlier ones too. That is about 22%. Let's take a look. These Goombuds are causing a ruckus. Please dispose of them properly. Okay, what are we looking at here? We have Mushroom, we have Goomba Disposal, as advertised. And yeah, that's just going to trigger some seesaws, and what does the pipe do? Is this just a reset? Oh, I see. It's just a little bit of a tutorial room to make it abundantly clear that the little Goombuds are going to trigger the key. And that's going to be weight dependent in a way that requires all of them to survive. Hence, the ability to go back out the door from which we came in case there needs to be a reset. Although, yes, that would only be relevant if you actually killed them by throwing them into each other. Let's kind of avoid collisions for the moment. And drop these one at a time. Yeah, really love that dispenser mechanism there with the blocks crushing them all at once. Oh hey, this is a neat little variant. I probably should have gotten rid of that blooper as well, but it's going to get us into a ton of trouble as we completely abjectly fail to drop off that claw safely. And there we go. Hey, Ruben and Toad. Hope A Link to the Past has been going well. I didn't really stay long enough to see how much further you got in it by the end of your segment yesterday. But yeah, hope everything's been going well with you on your end of streaming. And yeah, we'll just tap that over. Could be a crush. There we go. And yeah, okay, we just need to bounce him over all the way. Okay, no. Bounce like that. Okay, that's kind of neat. Nice little variant on the concept that we have already, just to keep things interesting. Now that we can no longer hold these big guys. Toadette doesn't perform that kind of manual labor. Alright, let's pop this guy. Clearly wanted to get him on the claw, so let's consume the mushroom. Nope, not far enough. was... Oh, no, actually, I do need to just jump, bounce here. Yeah, there we go. And then bounce over. Nice. Very nice. And yeah, things have been going quite well over here. I mean, I know you were running Link to the Past yesterday, but that, I think Electro Dune had told me that you do also run Maker. We're showing off a level from Paxman right now, who is one of the makers who is in this week's 4YMM set. Okay, let's get this guy over. And so yeah, just doing a bit of a preview stream to show off levels that are older levels by some of the makers of 4YMM. Mostly ones from this week, but also some other ones on my list as well as some other makers that I follow. Some regulars that come onto my stream. Usually do viewer levels here, but today, as with most Sunday mornings, I just tend to run a lot of things from my own list, and it's pretty much just wall-to-wall high quality, like everything here. It's pretty decent, so... Always nice to have a day like this just to catch up on stuff that I know is generally going to be pretty good. Yeah, I don't know if you've been keeping up with the 4YMM levels yourself. If somebody has the chat command, if they want to punch it in, exclamation 4YMM, while my hands are on a controller here. Okay, no, I want to grab the Goomrat and just swing all the way across. And that will give you the website link. And the codes for week 3 will come up in just a matter of hours, although the levels themselves are already being uploaded. Yeah, we gotta reset this Goomrat. Yeah, Paxman, thanks for popping that in. Yeah, so Paxman's level is one of the ones that is already up, I think, and yeah, because if you haven't played the ones from week 1 and week 2 so far, and there are 8 levels per week, they have been of very high quality. And tons of stuff going on with that. Okay, so that's going to be entity-based, where you get rid of Bowser, and then that opens up bomb spot over here. Want to be careful about that bomb, and look at all the Goomrats that we have wrapped up there. So we make our way to the big finish. Goombas dispensed. Yeah, Electro Dude, that's just muscle memory talking. I mean, I guess if you were trying to dismount out of a shoe, that would be the one use of it, like dismounting out of a shoe or a tri-bone shell. But other than that, it's kind of nice to have that mechanical restriction, which of course is just true to how SMB3 originally operated. Okay, so let's take a look at some of the remaining 4YMM makers from this week that I have not shown off yet. I'm going to start with the Call. Could be the Colonel, I'm not actually sure. He's from Italy, so don't quite remember. But I believe that he is going to be this week's music contributor, or at least one of them. And so I'm going to take a look at some of the previous music levels, just 1 or 2 of them that he had put up, including this one from back in August, Rocket Barrel Red Airship, featuring the DKC Tropical Freeze Rocket Barrel theme, which I think might have been the same Rocket Barrel theme that was already present in DKC Returns, but I'm not sure. You know. We'll see how that's actually implemented here. You tried a small hopping over a shell. Okay, well. So let's see if this is actually going to play like a rocket barrel. I mean, I guess it is in the night airship theme, so maybe not exactly. Yeah, you kind of hear the opening bars already, but of course, I do need to actually do the platforming. That seems rather important if we want to hear the music track properly. Okay, just a little bit slow for me. I need to get in through that gate, which is of course part of the rocket barrel experience as well, just, getting through some tight spaces before they close up every now and then and collapse on you. Okay, let's actually hit some of these moving targets for once. And not slip off every single platform. Oh, I'm flubbing this one so badly. I think I've just gotten complacent. Okay. Oh, I know. It's partly because of the custom scroll just kind of throwing me off slightly when it comes to gauging my own momentum and position. Yeah, that is almost certainly what is happening. Usually don't play this badly, but sometimes you just need to settle into the rhythm of a level. And to be honest, I'm just kind of jamming to the music inside my head anyway. Okay. Nice little descending muncher there. That's only really possible with the gravity manipulation in my airship. So just sneak right under that. As with a lot of auto-scrolls, I do appreciate how, if you fall behind a little bit, you do have an opportunity to catch up. And have a bit of a push and pull pacing, so you don't have to be 100% accurate, but it certainly helps. Okay, there we go. That went much better. Just needed to get some of those early attempts out of my system, I think. Oh, and you get the B section as well. Okay, I lost my position a little bit there as I was getting into Bowser Jr. I kind of knew that my momentum was going to be slightly cut relative to what I needed. Always appreciate it when you have a checkpoint where the player initiates the start of the auto-scroll, that it doesn't just start scrolling right away without giving you a chance to trigger it yourself. So, yeah, pretty smart all around in terms of how that's designed, and so that's going to feel pretty smooth. And yeah, that's pretty much going to be the end of that. And you see the little design at the end that indicates how we have dismounted from the rocket barrel. Usually you just dismount from that thing with a crash. Yeah, quite a ways behind the record, but that's just from the respawns, I think. Yeah, we'll look at some older stuff by Decall. Again, probably just some music levels to prepare for whatever's going to come up for 4YMM. So let's take a look at In the End, featuring In the End by Linkin Park. It is probably not going to be music I know. I don't really know Linkin Park very well. But maybe some of you will recognize it. So in the meantime, we'll also just attempt the platforming, which is slightly below 2% with 2 checkpoints. Okay. Whoops. Oh, I see. Aiming for the spiny, I was visually thrown off a little bit by the similarity of the spikes on the spikes, so didn't actually notice that single spike block there as something that I could run into. Whoops. Yeah, sometimes I'm just a little bit thrown off by playing ball with the vertical manipulation of the custom scroll, I think. Actually, no, I think it's just a horizontal scroll. The camera is scrolling with me. It is purely a horizontal scroll. No custom scroll to blame here. No, that's a spin jump. Very obvious spin jump, in fact. Okay. And then, of course, you toggle the track, and then that's the end of that. Okay, nice. That was a neat little segment. Going over to Muncher into a down slide, I think, is going to require a little bit more of a margin of error than what I gave myself there. So I guess I fell behind just a little bit too much to make it through that obstacle safely. But we'll just keep that in mind on this attempt here, which will hopefully just read properly this time. Okay, because I'm trying to get over that muncher and then do a downslide, but that time I was hitting the muncher, and so perhaps I was not hugging that tightly enough, or perhaps I just missed something else I was supposed to hit to get rid of it. Maybe it was power activation I missed? I don't know. Only able to watch so much stuff at once. No, I think it's just being able to jump over quickly and then do the downslide from there. Yeah, so we'll see. I feel like I have to read that spot a few times before I understand what's going on with it. Of course, all the music platform is fairly easy to reproduce once I've gotten past it once. Yeah, because clearly I do need to do a downslide there, but I have not really been able to slip into that one tile gap safely. Okay, let's just continue. And hop, 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 there we go. Okay, finally got that. And not enough distance coming out of that slide. Didn't really build up enough horizontal momentum to navigate that properly, but at least we did manage to get the slide through the icicles this time, so we'll just take it one challenge at a time and see if we can get that tidied up. Yeah, getting over that muncher always feels a little bit tight. To get into that one gap and fall into it safely and slide into the icicles before ramming into them. It's, drop that does need to be pretty well controlled. But I think I know how to do it. I'm just not holding that jump sufficiently, I think. Yeah, because I ram into the wall, I pretty much have to jam a down input and only a down input right away. Need to stop correcting for my horizontal position as soon as I hit the wall. Okay. Sort of interesting to play these, of course, and watch some of the music setup in the meantime. Just to see some of the instrumentation that's going on. You know, this kind of music box feel that you get from using the star everywhere. I mean, I don't know how closely it approximates the tone of the original track, but it certainly fits the snow theme in this level quite well. And okay, let's continue. And onwards. There we go, actually made it for once. Hit a checkpoint, spin jump. By the time I noticed, I was already a little too far to correct. But that's what the checkpoint is for. Okay, no, that's not what the checkpoint is for. Alright, let's let this guy come down first. It's going to skip that red Koopa entirely. Single bounce is probably fine. Slightly worried about hammers coming down on the right side, but we'll deal with that as it comes. Yeah, no, the hammers are not really a threat. No, that's going to be spin jump. I knew that. Much as I think many levels are way too busy with the Z markers, I can see why, for the sake of accommodating people who react from instinct when it comes to things like auto-scrolls or speedy levels, why people can get kind of overly dependent on the Z markers just to, you know, really preemptively spin jump without thinking. Here I think it's fine, I just needed to see it once and remind myself of what was going on. And that's going to be CP2. Nope, need to slide. Then, oh, spin jump once again. Yeah, I can definitely see that perhaps a certain kind of player would really brave the Z markers here, especially with something like this. I think it's fairly clear from the enemies what I need, of course, but when you are dealing with the auto-scroll and also kind of the instruments at the same time, that is something that you just kind of need to accommodate. You suggested an idea to Tino, and you're glad he used it. Oh, I see. Regarding the sort of final tuning of his 4YMM level, given that both of you were kind of playing around with a very similar POW tech. Yeah, the last time I saw it, there was definitely a few things that he was working on with signaling, I believe. Okay, no, I see. We did need to retain the mushroom all the way here safely. That was something that was imperative. You see lots of hammers up top there as well, but they should be safely out of range by the time I get there. Oh, just a little bit short on that jump. Needed to slide under that last icicle, and then that would get us up. You know, I play a lot of these auto-scroller music levels, which of course were the kind that Composer really popularized in Maker 1. It occurs to me, I actually don't think I've played any of Composer's levels in Maker 2 yet. Like, I've played a lot of people who work in that style. And its style is very recognizable in terms of how much vertical space you have to work with and also the speed of the platforming that you're doing. You know, I think people just generally have a good idea at this point of what that particular subtype of music platforming looks like. But Composer's own stuff I have actually not seen since Maker 1. Of course, that's something we will be looking at in future weeks of this. Okay, set up. Oh no, I actually do need the damage boost there, because damage boost is imperative to get over to Munters. I see. Yeah, I was trying to think about avoiding the damage boost, and there is no way. I do have to take advantage of the invulnerability. Okay, there we go. But yeah, music level is very much their own community inside a community when it comes to the research that goes into a lot of this tech. No, I needed to jump, get on the on-off switch. I think the fact that I was blinking from taking damage had thrown off my perception of where I was slightly, but yeah, just need to run straight forward and accept the fact that I will take damage. Nope, just slipping into that spot every time. Okay. My way across. Oh, whoops. Okay. Yeah. This run feeling relatively smooth, even the pipe spawn timing's feeling relatively smooth, which is something that does not happen all that often, even with red pipes. Ah, one of the ones got crushed. Okay, that's fine. We'll deal with it. And TC. Okay. Might be able to get a first clear, okay. Well, Electro Dude, it certainly pays to be on the ball. So that was in the end by the call. So as far as the 4YMM makers go, I only have one more to show off. That's this week's set. We'll bring him up. Going to look at K-Dog. K-Dog, I was all up. Let's see. Yeah, it looks like the 4YMM level is not up yet. He's also somebody who's kind of fairly regularly a music level maker. Why don't we just give it a whirl to go? I think it is going to be a bit of a music level world. Oh, we're just going to camp on the code screen. Yeah, I mean, if you've already seen how everything works from playtesting, of course, then not too bad an idea. I suppose that's what this kind of free 4YMM stream is for, since it's acting as a bit of a hangout space while we are in the zone when some of the uploads are coming up, that, you know, I give you folks something to watch, and in the meantime you can wait with bated breath for the opportunity to snag the first clears as people with the inside track of where the codes are going to be. In the meantime, we're going to take a look at this. Look at the numbers here, by the way. 841 on the first level, and then an extremely steep drop afterwards. I don't actually see... Oh, I see where the castle is potentially going to be revealed. Well, okay, we'll see. Let's hop in here and take a look. K-Dog very active in BTG, as you were saying. Yeah, I don't really know him very well. I think this is probably the first time I've played his levels. But very much a music maker in his own right, as you can tell. And yeah, we'll just make sure we give this track a listen. This, as you can see, is a post-April level, and we know that because of the presence of the Mecha Koopas. Whoops. I have to compensate sometimes for the speed of the auto-scroll, because I'm sort of watching the level at the same time and processing the music, and It's kind of capturing the whole sensory experience at the expense of my own platforming. Pretty doable blind, though. A nice little trampoline trap, actually, over there. I think that worked fairly well in terms of kind of getting some accuracy in. I really need to remember to hold jump as I do item releases. Still not a habit I have ingrained into myself, despite doing more shell levels recently. Yeah, other than Tino's, I don't think I did an advanced test of this week's. I have taken a look at some puzzles that were from later weeks, though, that were unscheduled. Then, I mean, I'm not somebody who's going to be doing, Kaizo-style level breaking. But I might do a fair bit of logic breaking. As you no doubt know from watching me play. Okay, that was just a miss. An embarrassing miss. Yeah, we're probably going to hit game over on this world, just from the bank of lives that we're dealing with, but I think we can probably afford to see a whole bunch of these anyway. Okay, that worked fairly well. I do like the generous amount of room that I have to correct my throws. That one, of course, is going to be a little bit tight, but it does require that I maintain my jump arc all the way in. And indeed, maybe I should just hold the Koopa instead of trying to think about it as a release. Yeah, I just... Oh, no, I can't do it that way because I do need to slide it through. Okay, fine. I was looking at it and thinking that I could probably make that jump, but I guess I miscalculated. And, okay, let's... Kind of a nice track, though. Whoops. And, yeah. And yeah, once again into the trampoline trap. Okay, good. Through this segment. Fairly simple once I just managed to clean things up. Then we have the B section of the music. Whoops, wrong side. Needed to kick the Mecha Koopa all the way across all three of these, and then yeah, just really push that thing from the left. Okay. Pretty readable all around this part. Pretty clear signaling of where you need to pick up the red Mecha Koopa as well. Yeah, I think this has been quite fair to me in terms of being doable blind. Obviously, the auto-scroll pushes you right away from the respawn at the checkpoint at very high speed. And that might just be a function of, you know, the amount of room that was needed to make the music track spawn in and come together. I was, of course, just saying a couple levels ago that I do prefer it when I get a chance to initiate the scrolling. You know, people argue sometimes, I think, about you put the checkpoint before the pipe or after the pipe, and the thing is, the player, I think, just needs a moment to collect themselves between deaths. So it's not even such a matter of before and after, but that if you are going to place a checkpoint right at the beginning of a fast auto-scroll, I feel like something like a timed scroll break does quite a lot of work to make that feel more manageable. Nevertheless, really interesting to hear this music develop and stack. You can see that there was a certain amount of excitement about using the new instruments that had come in with the 3.0 patch as well, given the number of Mecha Koopas and Wendy's and such that you see on the music track itself. I think people saw that and found a very natural fit for some of the electronica they had in mind. And let's see the segment. Yeah, we're going to use the projectile. I'm not dealing with that little spike there. And we're going to get bumped back and forth. Okay, so I am down to a bank of 18 lives going into the next level in this world. And it is indeed a music world, SKW, Super K-Dog World, I suppose. It's the Underground Rave. Let's take a look at part 2. Thank you for the GG. Hog. That matter. Oh, let's replenish some lives. Just to see if we can try to minimize the number of continues I get through. Now, of course, when you have levels that have a lot of consecutive bounces, you're going to recover a certain bank of 1-ups anyway, so I guess it really depends on the style of the remaining music levels we have here. Okay. Next, I mean, we see a bit of a drop-off here as well from 45 saves at this location to what comes afterwards, but not nearly as steep a drop as from the very start. So a lot of people seems like they logged into this world and just kind of crashed out by the looks of it. Either that or all of the ones in the middle are just quite easy and reveal the castle. It'll turn out that everybody pushed on and made it there. So here's what we built in this city. Yeah, again, very much the composer style, fast auto scroll. And yeah, pretty manageable so far. I misread that one for a moment, so I definitely feel like speed-wise we were having some trouble simply because I was at the top of the screen and so I cannot get over the ceiling. That's something that I did not account for. So we had a couple of delays just flowing from that failed observation. Oops. I never really quite feel like spikes like that are doing that much for the level design, but that's how it goes. I mean, it is enforcing that you get on the falling platform. That's making that tight, but okay. Yep, trying to speed past that a little too quickly, but then it felt like we were quite behind in terms of auto-scroll position. So, not entirely surprising that it was worried about that. And yeah, let's pop this open. And here we go again. And meanwhile, just kind of rocking out to the music track as well, as we've been doing so far. Wow, we really do get pushed quite a bit by the screen boundary there. feel like I should buy all the time I can getting into that segment, given how tightly pressed we were against it. Oops. Okay. Yeah, everything here all perfectly avoidable. Just a matter of actually doing it. Kind of nice to see a couple of these very concentrated super worlds that are just experiences of about 5 to 10 levels, often just 5. Find that they make for, in some cases, much more immediately playable experiences, and that you can see a single common thread or idea or theme developed. But at the same time, it is realistic to expect that you can conquer it all in one fairly quick sitting. I mean, you know, having the full-size 40-level 8-world games are actually fine too, and exciting in their own way if people have created enough levels to make that work, but at the same time, I just have a way of putting those off, right? Where I just say, okay, very interesting that you have a 40-level world, but given that you might be making revisions anyway, might as well put this off until another week, whereas something like this, I can just, as I did with some of the other makers we featured tonight, just say, let's pull up the world. Okay, let's see if there's going to be any checkpointing that's relevant here as well. Slip right off of that. Oh, slipping a bit over here. Once again, looked like I was going to be fine until I made a couple of those slip-ups that lost time over there. So yeah, very tight on time in some ways, and a manner that isn't always apparent right away. Like the level takes a few steps to get to a point where losing time is going to kill you. Oops. Miss. Okay. Go. Once again. No, once again, not dealing with the fact that the wall is enclosed and we are at the top level of where the camera will let us go. Yeah, I don't know if I'll do all 5 of this physics set. I think the general idea is quite apparent to us, but it'll depend on how quickly we can get through that. Getting a game over, of course, but yeah, we'll resume. Try to give that a fair shot. Okay, starting back at 30 lives, as things were in the beginning. Miss. Can't say I actually recognized the tune, but the atmosphere created by it is quite nice. Okay, finally got past that. for pretty much the first time. And it's sort of nice that we're doing so and hitting the checkpoint when we just reset the 30 lives. Otherwise, we would have had to redo the first segment to get on our feet again, so... Yep. Feeling jumps, but okay, looks like I definitely slowed down a bit too much there then. Yeah, sometimes the tightness is not apparent until you get squashed by the screen boundary. So Electrodude, whose level are you on at this point? See, I really have to compress the amount of time I'm spending on the snake block there. Okay. Yeah, here once again, not really apparent that I was way too far behind on time until I just got squished there. A lot of optimization to be done, I think, in order to have things line up properly. Spending a little too much time on some of those drops, perhaps. Oh, there we go. Plenty of space this time. Oh. Was not really expecting the stop. Oh, the calls level, okay. Okay. Nope, missed. This trigger. That threw everything off. Ah, I see, Zotino raced you to it. Yeah, I mean, I guess the peril of doing these preview / backlog streams while all the new levels are coming up is that I can't really join in the first clear race, but that's okay because I did want to week to week record all of the levels together in sequence anyway. In the meantime, we'll see how long some of those records are going to hold if you are indeed getting a couple of the early speed times. Okay, here we are. Nope, miss. Well, gotta be careful here, or we're going to have a little bit of trouble with the checkpoint reset. Going a bit smoother here. Okay, fine. Should be almost the end of this segment. Good. Okay, no, needed to get the bounce off the mecha for sure. A bit slow in reading that on my end simply because of all the adjustments making along the way. Very nice of that red mecha to give me a bit of a rocket boost. And yeah. Checkpoint 2. And we'll try to get this down in a reasonable number of lives. Looks like it is just a bit of a throwing check using SMB2. And it is an SMB2 check that tests us against a cloud at the end. Thankfully, we do get a reset door. Nope. Going to have to get reset once again. Or not. Okay. Whoops. See if I'm actually able to reset once again. There we are. Nope. Missing that jump every time. Yeah. So much for that. Need to land accurately on a dry bone so we can get the pickup and quickly. Didn't spend so much time on the upslopes. Yeah, the off-screen nature of that jump I think is what's partly throwing me off. Knocked me down to 15 lives and soon 14. Yeah, maybe shorter jumps, nice accurate pickups. Hey, wait a minute. That was just a miss. That was unfortunate. Okay. Okay, got it. For once. That should be the end of that segment. Interesting, that coin up top. Indicating perhaps that there was a true ending path that was completely unknown to me. Thank you for the GG. Yeah, of course we do see a hammer, and we see the poison mushroom with a very few people stalled on it, so it might just be something easy. Why don't we just go on and see what's going on? This is just a Super K-Dog World Hammer Brother, so it's just plain old hammer fight, which will be nice and quick. Oh, I see. You have to get around the fact that it is, in fact, for water, and look at all those death markers. Kind of see what the issue is going to be. Okay. I'm going to have the frog suit. Perhaps the frog suit will allow me to see something else up in the top layer. Okay, let's not joke around with that too much. I mean, it's just a hammer fight. But a nice little world hammer fight. I mean, it's something that does kind of take up a levels slot in your main profile in some ways, but the thing is, it does enhance the world experience to have something that fits in very neatly as something that was designed specifically for the super world layout. Yeah, I've never been able to do that one very well. But we'll move on to West Mushroom and see what is going on in the next stage in Super K-Dog World. In Love with a Ghost. Yeah, same idea as far as music platforming goes. Whoops, okay, just should have trusted that arrow. Yep, a couple of big misses there, but we can manage. Oh, whoops. Yeah, sometimes reaction time can be a bit of an issue with auto-scroll at this velocity. Yeah, that's what it is. It is Celeste. That's right. Now that you mention it. I'd forgotten that the track title to that is Love with a Ghost. But it's been a long time since I played Celeste, I guess, by the standards of, well, one platform. I mean, I guess 2 years is not really that long, but I played it at launch in early 2018. I have not yet gone back to the new content, and I don't think I had done enough to unlock it anyway, because I didn't actually complete the seasides. Okay. Okay, we actually did not need to worry about the camera scroll at that point, because we were at the end. But I panicked a little bit anyway, and that's what happens. Ah, Chapter 4 B-side. Okay, well, thank you for looking that up. Good to have confirmation of that. Chapter 4 being the Wind chapter, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, it has, yeah, I mean, I haven't looked at Celeste since launch, as I was saying, but I always found the structure of the game to be quite elegant in terms of being very clear about which mechanic each level was going to be about and having them be very thematically distinct. So I think it's one of those games where it's very easy to remember the structure even after a long time away, simply because it was presented quite clearly. Okay, no, I actually did not need that. I think I just needed to jump right over it. Not like you can grab anything in SMB1 anyway. Speedrun Celeste for a bit. Okay, wow. Yeah, I got as far as... I mean, I did clear every single one of the red strawberries in side A, and I found that to be very rewarding. It does a very smart thing, that game, which I've only really seen in Rayman Legends, I think, which is that the way it has the requirement with the optional collectibles to actually make it out with them and land safely. I think that's very important. Because I find that even some of the very best platformers out there, such as, you know, even DKC Tropical Freeze, for instance, or sometimes with the coins in the Mario games, sometimes, that they can be exceedingly generous about letting you just kind of do a suicide run into optional collectible. Celeste was a game that was very smart about tuning around that. Oh, there's a couple of the gold berries as well. Wow, that's impressive. I should really go back to the game at some point. But I say that a lot about different games that I felt like I had some unfinished work to do in, you know, when it comes to actually getting 100% completion. That's okay, game over, that's fine. That's just our second one. We're fairly far along in my previous attempts, so we'll keep on pushing. Yeah, I mean, Nintendo games have a lot of variability to them. I guess the Celeste approach was that they just put in accessibility features, which I never used. I mean, I thought it was very important to me to approach the game with its intended balance. And to be honest, I felt its intended balance was perhaps a little bit too tight and precision-oriented. I mean, it was very satisfying. It's clearly a great game. But it's much more about tight corners and restrictive paths than I tend to prefer. Like, I tend to like platformers that are much more open in terms of allowing you to create your own options. That, of course, is just not really what Celeste is about. Celeste is about repetition and about climbing that mountain. And about finding, like, really crisp execution. I'm not a very good execution-oriented player, so I tend to like platforming that gives me a bit more flexibility to develop my own methods. I keep slipping off that blue platform. I really do need to pay attention to it, lest I burn through an entire bank of 30 attempts once again. Somehow the little bit of ground art there does mark the safety zone for being able to land on the lower level again. Something is throwing me off about the edge of that platform. Not exactly sure what it is that I'm overcorrecting for. Something is clearly going on. Okay. Yeah, ground decoration there doing a lot of work. For the sake of clarity. Okay, there we go. Yeah, like I said, I have not played around with the dash assist and similar features yet, so... And I don't imagine I would want to. I really do like doing games the intended balance, and part of it is that I'm not somebody who is a story-oriented player who really needs the CDN credits. Like, I mean, I'm fine with the concept of dropping games I can't beat. So, just like having a standardized difficulty to work with. But yeah, the game that has had, I think, probably the most flexible approach to difficulty I've seen lately in terms of platforming is actually Yoshi's Woolly World. Not Crafted World on Switch, but Woolly World on Wii U, which I thought was a really good game. Like, very underrated in some ways in terms of how many things it does right. And one of the things it really does right is understanding how to accommodate everybody from, like, absolute newcomers to any kind of platforming whatsoever. You know, small children who are playing literally their first platformer game, all the way up to people who have been playing since Yoshi's Island. And having like a very reasonable difficulty scaling and amount of content, and you know, just options that truly do make the game potentially fun for everybody. I really don't like that spike placement, but of course, while we were on the subject of Celeste, you know, I often think about that, just in relation to spike placements in this game that you have a lot of people who try to design Mario levels like they're trying to design Celeste levels. I'm not talking about this one, but like levels that are much more demanding about precision. And that does not tend to work too well for me. I think even the levels here that were made by Matt Thorson, the designer of Celeste, were actually a bit of a letdown because they don't fit the Mario style very well. Mario style kind of naturally encourages a fair bit of openness and space for improvisation. Yeah, we need to let things lower a little bit this time. There we go. I overcompensated, but the last time the platform dropped me directly into the poison, and so it looks like there is a very specific timing window I need in order to engage with that new platform. I'm not really sure I'm fond of that. You still like the mat levels? Yeah, that's fine. But we're okay. Like, some of them I enjoyed. Some of them I thought, you know, you can kind of see that they were from the designer of Celeste rather than the designer of, say, a different kind of platform game. There is a very distinctive style to it in terms of the approach to difficulty. Wow, we got bumped. Yeah, Yoshi's Woolly World is massively underrated. Partly because, you know, the early worlds, as with any Nintendo game, do feel very slow and easy to people. And so if you kind of write something off early because of that, you don't get a chance to see how well that game develops its ideas, and also how good the optional challenges and optional collectible placements are. Not that they're particularly difficult either, but they are just very well designed. Like, it's a very smart game when it comes to thinking about how to work with the player's ability to explore and use the full range of mechanics. So, I'm going to hit checkpoint 2. We have 8 lives remaining, so not much room for error as we approach the final segment, which is going to be dependent on collecting all these coins, it seems. Nope, missed that. There is, of course, a reset door if we should miss. Reset door just comes back here. Interesting that what it implies is that, yeah, you can actually just check the final screen right from the beginning if you wanted to cheese coin 5 a little bit. I'm assuming we can get on that door before the scroll. No, it's a one-way panel protecting it, so never mind. And of course, checking for that one-way panel was going to mess up the screen position that we needed to survive this at all. Yeah. That's exactly the kind of thing I don't play well with in Mario Maker, like the kind of don't hit the spike with your head sort of obstacle. Yeah, I mean, it adds a little bit of precision and, you know, reason for caution, I guess. And it is a meaningful form of interactivity, just usually not the kind of difficulty design I favor, but generally though, still a pretty interesting music platformer. But yeah, that's In Love with a Ghost. So yeah, good call on recognizing the tune. I don't think I really would have picked up on it right away myself. And we have 164 finishes, or saves, on the castle, so why don't we just take a look at that with our pool of 10 remaining lives. Rainbow Connection, okay. Kermit the Frog. Will it be a frog level? We'll find out. It will be. Yeah, really a lovely piece of music, Rainbow Connection. Finally, something that's I would know fairly well. Whoops. Yeah, losing a frog I think is not really going to allow me to keep up with speed I need, but we'll just kind of go with it for the time being. I mean, we'll have a frog check here anyway, and so yeah, we'll get past that just fine. And unfortunately, my mic is not going to be totally in sync with the video rendering and delay from my capture card, and since it would not be in sync, and I have tried this before, I can't just come along to Rainbow Connection. Oh, whoops. Damage boost. Yeah, the thing about the frog suit is that there are power-up check gates for the frog suit, but I think they're very fussy to design. It's not something simple to work with at all. Now, given the muncher that is on top of Morton, we do need to hit him from the side. Here we go. And let's just see if I can finally get in position. There we go. Almost whacked myself against that muncher. But we're going to drop on top of that axe, and yeah, we have this level done. Pretty easy going compared to a lot of the earlier ones that we saw. But I think that just about wraps it up for Super K-Dog World. So thank you for the GG. That's going to be the big finish. So that pretty much does it for the 4YMM Week 3 makers. We actually did manage to take a look at a couple of levels by all 8 of them. I'll be on for a little while longer to run some additional levels that I've had in my backlog as well, just to add a bit of bonus content. Yeah, let's see if K-Dog actually had his up yet. I don't think so. Yeah, still waiting on K-Dog, I guess. Meantime, I'm gonna pull up something else. I'll be on for a little while longer, not too long, but yeah, have a good lunch, Ruben. We'll take a look at a few more. So this was one of the other ones Bufflin put up fairly recently, like after the 4YMM level, I think, and it's one that I hadn't taken a look at yet, but seems to be, of course, extremely popular. So 1.5%, given the level of tuning that Bufflin has, probably quite doable. So, Star All Fur, Staring Elf. Now, not really clear on reference in the title, but we see a lot of spiny shell setups at least. Very sparsely marked, but I think the point of interaction is pretty clear so far with all of these. We just need to watch where the deflections are going to happen. And yeah, there. Checkpoint 1 already. Nope, I was kind of looking at that POW and was, I think, maybe a little bit deceived by it. Yeah, no, I see, because we need to jump on top of that and hit the POW. There we go. That's actually a pretty cool setup. Kind of neat to see that. And it is going to be trapped in a fairly reliable position over there. The trampoline is also going to propel it forward once we hit the on-off switch. That's too high a bounce. Good checkpoint placement here, I think, given the sort of initial read that that obstacle does require. Yeah, nice setup there too. Going to be a series of slides. Yeah, really did need to kind of hang left and make sure we could get in position. Oops. No. Wanted to kick it into the POW. As before. Okay, there we go. No, once again, I think it's going to be jump on a spiny and kick it. As here. Yeah, it's usually fairly clear to me what to do. You make some mistakes the first time around, but no, needed to jump around to the other side and then jump on the little spiny right along that coin trail. Yeah, once again, usually just need to see something once, and the intended interaction is pretty easy to read. Okay, there we go. And that was it. You know, it has to re-upload. Okay. Well, I mean, I don't know how lovely the birthday cake was. I suppose I didn't get a chance to see that. First clear, here you come when he uploads. Yep. Good to just kind of have your finger ready on a trigger for that. So yeah, that was Bufflin's level rather quickly dispatched. And okay, so what I'm going to do is I've got some more to pull up in the meantime. This was one that was recommended to me as a 3D World level. I think it's 3D World. So this is Time and Tide, Wait for No Man. Again, very popular level by Mr. Carps, who I was told is a bit of a 3D World specialist in his own right. And it was from November, where you move with the tide to safely reach the goal, which I suppose indicates that we're going to be dealing with some rising and falling lava. So platformer with 2 checkpoints. Similar clear percentage to what we just saw, so we'll come together quickly. Yeah, I'm sure the cake was a significant artistic contribution. Okay, I see. No, it's you pop out of the pipe and you wall jump against it. Yeah, given how unconventional reading some of this can be. Oops. I think the 1.5-ish clear rate is actually moderately encouraging. The bricks are going to give you the wall jump location. Obviously, visibility of having that revealed by the lava is something to watch out for, but yeah. I think as soon as you get into the pipe, you do kind of have to anticipate where the wall jump on your way out of the pipe is going to be. Yeah, that was fine except for the landing. If I had not pulled back for the landing, everything there would have come together quite well. Okay. No, just needed to jump off that and do the wall jump sequence heading back upwards. Yeah, pretty satisfying so far. Actually very clearly marked given the limited options that you have for visual indication when it comes to Mario 3D World, which is fine by me because it just means that it has a fairly clean look to it when it comes to figuring out what the platforming obstacles will be. Obviously, not everyone will really be too familiar with the wall jump coming out of their pipe, but if you kind of know immediately that that's what the arrow is indicating, things come together very quickly. And it's going to involve 4 pink coins, of which we have already seen 1. Oh, keep missing that jump for some reason. I am pressing it. I think I'm just slipping by a little bit late. No. Yeah, so I don't know what it was that Tino's level bugged out on already, unless it was just a... I mean, this is what the upload period is for, I guess, before the codes are officially announced. Now, stalled a little bit there, and even minor variations in time are enough to kill you on this level simply because time and tide, as the title says, wait for no man. Okay, a little bit early on that wall, long jump, rather. Everything else was fine. It looks like we'll have 2 consecutive long jumps there, denoted by the double arrow. Nope. Oh, a small skip of a trampoline in Tino's level? Okay, I see. Well, that's what the upload sequence is for. At least it's not something he's dealing with much later. Oh, missed a wall jump. Which means my timing might be totally off. Oh, that's a very unfortunate catch there. Yeah, it looked like everything was going to line up just fine there despite the slight inaccuracy in how I made it down to those segments. Still catching the coins as necessary and following the lava level as necessary. But yeah, welcome back, Ruben. Hope you had a good lunch. Oops. A little bit late on that. Nope. I was overcorrecting that time. I did have the issue with picking up the crate last time, given that they were not bobbing down at the exact same height on the lava level. So it was a little bit of inconsistency there, but... Okay. Oh, I see. I missed the coin that was on the right side. I was thinking that I would have to loop around and grab it on the way back, but clearly missing that coin was not tenable and not part of the intended solution. And yeah, just gotta slide down, I think. Slide all the way down and use that as a wall jump. That's right. Now that's very clear. And right in that corner pocket, right into that pipe. Yeah, everything going pretty smoothly. I have to distinguish the high bounces from the low bounces in the very obvious ways. What level am I playing right now? I'm playing a level by Mr. Carps called Time and Tide Wait for No Man. I can actually give you the code if you are interested. I have it written down here. Just give me one moment. Obviously, I don't have the bot running, but I do have the code available. Thankfully, I don't always have the codes when I am playing off people's profiles, but I punch this one in manually. So yeah, I was recommended to look at this maker as somebody who sort of specializes in 3D World Kaizo Light. So it is my first time playing anything by him, but it is pretty crisp. A little bit of a different signaling system than what I've seen from other people who work at this pace and intensity of 3D World style. But that's fine, you know, people are finding their own solution to that kind of signaling decision. Oh. And a lot of it is just understanding consistently how to plan for the wall jumps that are right at the point of exit, as you see from the glass pipes there. And yeah, just going to... whoops, that's just a mistake. I knew that was supposed to be a long jump. There is a bit of a signaling system for the dry bones, as you can probably see. I mean, it is obvious when you don't have room for a full bounce. But it is a short bounce off one row of coins, a full bounce off that 2x2, 2 rows of coins. And as long as you can kind of sight read things quickly, everything comes together quite nicely. Whoops. Bit of a delay there, and that delay was enough to throw me off for the rest of what was going on. Nope, long jump. And we'll just ride everything out. Okay. Yeah, I guess wall jump in and drop again, but not totally clear. I have to look at that blaster once again just to see the syncing timing. Quite possible that a bit of a time loss earlier from some inaccuracy, like right here entering the pipe, might have thrown off my ability to do any of this stuff. Okay, no, it is just a wall jump back and forth. And then onto that lower segment. Just need to get my pipe entries to be a little bit more accurate. But yeah, it is a very, very readable line, as you probably see from how quickly some things are coming together. No. Oh, just completely messed up the entry accuracy right there. And unfortunately, you do not have time for correction because the lava level is just essential to the entire setup, and it does bob up and down, and so no room for flexibility there. Nope. Yeah, I can tell that I've been coming in there a little bit late just because of that off-center pipe entry. That's been throwing me off slightly every time. I mean, that is a recoverable mistake, but right there, I have to minimize the lag time that I'm dealing with, but luckily this blaster allows me a little bit of room for correction. That's, yeah, too late. Really do need to get up the pipe right away off that dry bones, and I've just been missing consistently. Okay. Okay. There we go. Oh, right at the flag too. I just kind of missed the short bounce marker there. Should have trusted myself to ride the short bounces forward. That's pretty much all there is to the level though. That's going to go down fairly quickly. So yeah, this is coming together. We have seen the goal. Everything feels pretty comfortable up to that point. Just a matter of flipping the read that first time when we kind of tasted how close we were to that ending. Lost a smidgen of time there again, but once again, just recoverable if you have a little bit of control over how you drop on that red blaster segment. Wall jump back and forth. Does allow you a little bit of opportunity for course correction. And we are once again going to be through. Yeah, just gonna get in there nice and smoothly. I was very satisfied with how blindly this could be read first time. And that's gonna be it. And that's a GG. New first Clarentino's level. Okay. Congratulations, Electro Dude. You can enjoy that for a couple hours before the next version is re-uploaded. Meantime, thank you for the GGs. Okay, glad I managed to take a look at that one. Mr. Carps actually has a world as well. I'm not going to look at it this time. A fairly popular maker. 12,000 likes or so. And yeah, given the quality of that 3D world layout, I actually think I am going to mark this profile for later. Oh, I'm actually at cap. Alright, fine. We'll deal with it later. I actually did clear out my list. And then, of course, I had another round of 4YMM this week. And that just capped my list all over again. So we're going to need to do another list cleaning, I think. Or just keep a list of overflow codes. That's okay. Yeah, I've been running up against cap repeatedly when it comes to makers, because the cap is about 100, I think. It is, I'm pretty sure, exactly 100. And there are a lot of people I follow who have been dormant, and I kind of don't want to remove them because they were good enough that, you know, if they do come back, I do kind of want to know. But at the same time, the feature seems much better for people who are active and populating my new feed all the time. So I'm going to have to make some decisions about who to cut as we go. Particularly because we will have to accommodate more of the 4YMM makers that I don't already follow. I do follow a good chunk of them already, but certainly not all. Particularly some of the ones who are new to me. So in the meantime, I am going to pull up a level that we had kind of capitulated on. Yeah, look at all these come up. Beautiful. A couple of them so far anyway. Let's just take a look at how 4YMM has been doing. Prancing Pow Playground. Yeah, I didn't actually know what the final title was going to be. One shot, look at that, from Mr. Sparky. One shot, 100%. That's going to be very deceptive, briefly. Yeah, Word of Robots. Tino got a record from that so far. As we expected from Nicole, that is a music level. Freefall Fortress, Tino snagging everything he can. Bang going for Ice Cold Ice. And Gilmore going for No Paddle Pond. These are the records, though. They're not actually the first clears. Let's actually take a look at who has them so far. Tino, of course. First cleared by Gilmore. Yeah, it looks like a bunch of you are on that already. Bracky, not surprised that he's got a very active follower list. Perfect, so we had checked that earlier, yeah. So yeah, that's just a section of what we'll be looking forward to. In the meantime, I actually am going to pull out this level that we had been grinding away at yesterday. This is probably the last thing I'll work on today. 0.26%. Well, I mean, we were actually very close to the flag. And I had been dropping the clear rate on this quite a bit from grinding away at it in separate segments. So I am going to work on it for a bit. I will not guarantee that I can actually clear it in this session, but it is pretty much the very definition of an overflow level. Let's try to get my head back into this one. Again, this one had a lot of issues in nailing some of the shell jumps consistently, but that's a problem we always have with shell jumps, and so I lost a lot of attempts to that early on, but we did manage to get to pretty much the last obstacle prior to the flag. Yeah, I just really need to relearn the shell jumps that we had practiced in yesterday's stream. Yeah, Ruben, in terms of why did cap it? I mean, yeah, that's a good question. I think it's not like it's very intensive data storage, even on the scale of the player base. But, like, I can understand there is a cap. I just think a cap of 100 has ultimately turned out to be too low for those of us who actually do play a lot of Mario Maker and have a lot of favorites that we like to track. I mean, the issue with 500 is that if people were actually active, as they were early in the game and as they were after the patch, then your list would just kind of completely populate anyway. I mean, when the patch dropped, enough people, including inactive people, came back that my first page of the 100 most recent levels for my followed feed filled up pretty much immediately. And then you have some people who, you know, they'll want to do the Super World thing and finish 40 levels, and they upload all of them at once, right? And then that fills up like 40 spots on your page or something. And so I think if the follower list is too large, simply because of the visibility of your, you know, recent levels list, even though you can scroll multiple pages with that thing, it would populate much too quickly. Like, there does need to be some kind of cap, but I think in general it's just a lot of limitations of the UI that are cascading into each other. Yep, just need to get comfortable with all this stuff again. Yep, missed that corner. Yeah, I'm probably not going to grind away at this one for too long. I felt like I was really reasonably close yesterday, but, you know. This is slightly beyond my ability. Only slightly. But yeah, in the meantime, I guess that's 5 out of 8 from this week's batch accounted for already. That's assuming that I actually showed off the right makers. I know there were a few changes to rotation. And we'll do something similar next week, likely. I mean, I will be planning to play the 4YMM levels themselves on Tuesday, likely. Still doing some viewer levels throughout the week, but then viewer levels will probably dial down a bit over the next week if I do in fact choose to stream Paper Mario, which I'm somewhat likely to. Kind of depends on how much of a fit it will be, simply because, you know, fairly popular single-player games at their time of release, don't know if there's necessarily going to be an audience for me to play it, but we'll take a look at that. And, you know, I'm playing the game anyway, so that may be what's going on next week instead. But I will try to do a bit of a preview stream in at least a limited capacity for the week 4 makers. Yeah, too low. But yeah, quite a lot of repositioning that needs to be done in order to get a level like this to click. But yeah, when it comes to shell levels, I do accept that they might just be a little bit outside my range. Well, I've had a fair bit more practice. And of course, we've been going for a while as well, so I am kind of playing while tired, and that is sometimes not going to be a good idea regardless. But occasionally, you do have a decent attempt. Make some progress. Just can't really get the shell releases to be reliable yet. That's definitely a perceptual issue on my part. When it comes to understanding how to visualize a nice, clean shell jump. I sometimes think I'm thinking too hard about the markers and not thinking too hard about my own arc and position. That if I spent a little more attention on my position rather than on the markers, that I would be better off. You know, just in the course of developing a more intuitive idea of how the shell jump ought to be executed. Yeah. Because the thing about markers is that they do eliminate some trial and error when figuring out what to do, but it's very easy to be misled by them in the sense of forgetting to recall that your own position always takes precedence. Okay. I don't know enough about the history of Mario ROM hacks to kind of understand when techniques like the shell jump really came into fashion. Because the modern Kaizo scene as we know it is actually fairly recent and much younger than the ROM hack scene taken as a totality, and so I'm obviously not somebody who's, you know, qualified to speak about this sort of thing, just having not followed the hacking scene from its inception. Failed the condition, but we'll practice this anyway. Okay. But it's very hard for me to pinpoint when shell jumps became so common a thing. Definitely they were around by the time the first, you know, kind of hard levels were showing up in Maker 1 and introducing people to the Kaizo level that had been first introduced by the Kaizo Mario World hack. But I don't know if the popularity of shell jumps really predates that in the ROM hacking community at all, and that would be a good question to ask somebody who might actually be in the know in the whole lunar magic scene that preceded Maker 1, which I was never a part of. I never looked at Custom Mario outside of the Maker series. I'm thinking eventually that I'll want to stream some of the very basic introductory Kaizo hacks just to, you know, build up a little bit of literacy in that stuff, but in the meantime, the best thing I can do for myself, I think, is just to practice with Maker physics, which are really their own beast. Yeah, so that's the last sequence over here, is just a shell jump after that piranha plant that I died on just now, followed by a second shell jump using a shell that drops from up top. So we were almost finished on that attempt, but I didn't exactly think that was going to come together. Like, I didn't really feel that close, simply because my sense of positioning was a little bit off the mark. When you get a bit of that game feel for whether things are coming together properly and when they're not, and in that particular instance, I knew I was going to be way off center, even going into that jump. It felt like I'd been slipping a little bit behind in pace, regardless. Whoops. Speaking of slipping. So yeah, just going to take our way up. Whoops. Total miss. Very rare that I'll miss that. I will sometimes get hit by the shell, but I'm very incautious. Or I'll sometimes bounce way too high off it if my timing is a little bit off. But that's, I think, one of the only times I've ever actually missed that specific bounce. Early shell jump is finally coming together a little bit more consistently. Not always, but it's something to work on, something to practice. And yeah. Okay, not quite. And yeah, just have to work this out a piece at a time. I can kind of tell that I'm slipping a little bit on things that should be easy. That doesn't necessarily get my hopes up for clearing it in this sitting, but at least the knowledge barrier of this level is pretty much out of the way. It's just that I have had no real practice on the consecutive vertical stack of 2 shell jumps that is at the very end of the level. And then of course there's at least one more bounce after that on the other side of that big column. And it quite often happens that when there is just one last little task to take care of, that's frequently where we wind up failing anyway, so. Yeah, the fact that I have had so little practice on that double shell jump at the end is definitely the main concern at this point. How much time it will take to get to clear? I am failing the clear condition, but I'm going to practice anyway whenever I'm able to do so. Yeah, much too early. Much too early when I'm still on the upswing of my jump arc. Yep, just have to do it until we fixed it up. Okay, kind of a bad release there. But yeah, it's just those 2 shell jumps there and the 2 shell jumps at the end. Those really are the main stumbling blocks. The rest is just positioning. Nope, not quite. Okay, have a good lunch. I will possibly still be on this when you're back. But who knows? Yeah, you have a good break. Want to be alert to some of those uploads and potential first clears in the meantime. I'm sure you'll be rushing back to be alert to some of that. Yeah, thanks for hanging out for so long today. Definitely managed to get through a big pile of content. Hey, Redox, right on time. So yeah, Electrodid will hopefully see you around, depending on whether I can finish this faster than you can finish your lunch. It is, of course, not a race. It's not like the records will be preserved for all time. And Redox, how it's going is fine. I actually just started up on this. I did reach the final column once already, but didn't really get close to trying out that double shell jump. And yeah, we spent most of the stream looking at the makers behind week 3 of 4YMM, which is in the process of going up right now. Some of the codes are already up, and a few of them will be coming up in the next few hours, and then the actual code list will be announced fairly soon. But some of the levels are online already and live. Follow respective makers. So yeah, we were just showing off a lot of that older content. We got through about 3 or 4 different super worlds actually, but all fairly short super worlds that were just 1 or 2 worlds in length. And yeah, as far as unfinished business goes, this was the biggest standing item from what we did not manage to get through this week, so thought I would come back and take a bit of a peek. So, glad to have you here to witness yet another round of wipes on all this. Yeah, Redox, not sure if you are familiar with a maker called Mr. Carps. We played a Mr. Carps level right before this one, and even with a different indicator system, they have a fairly similar kind of time-constrained 3D world style. I think you'll find it very familiar with some of you, somewhat of what you make in your own levels as well, just with a different kind of marking system. Yeah, Mr. Carps. Okay, I assumed you would know Mr. Carps. Your levels are much too like-minded for you to not know Mr. Carps. And yeah, so I was kind of playing one of the Mr. Carps levels as a warm-up for this one. But yeah, they were totally new to me, actually. I had not played any Mr. Carps levels until this week. And so that's just more 3D world content for me to mine for some future streams. Nope. I knew I was going to be in trouble there. Sometimes you can just feel it before it happens. Actually, quite often I can feel it before it happens. I just know my positioning is not going to be right. Okay, nice. Okay. Yeah, once again, I knew that my positioning was going to be probably a little bit touchy there, but at least the shell jumps were going much better. A little bit low on that one. Too far from the wall for the wall jumps. In some cases, yeah, it's a matter of control. Sometimes I just don't really center myself properly. And I'm not really reading the markers consistently, that's what I discovered. That I may be better off just kind of putting a bit more trust in my actual visible position. But yeah, I do need to be very well centered in terms of my horizontal position in a lot of this stuff, and that does often take a bit of adjustment on the fly. It is tricky, yes. Yeah, 3D World, I mean, part of it is lack of familiarity, I think. Not having done a lot of shell jumps here, and, you know, even in the other styles, I do have trouble with shell jumps, but there is a bit of a learning curve, I think, in terms of just reading the artwork and being able to visualize the spacing as well as their own positioning relative to the grid. Becoming accustomed to what the artwork is telling you is part of the challenge here. When I do get it, however, it does tend to go very smoothly. Nice, chunky landing zones. But, you know, that's just something that we'll have to learn if I want to have any chance of getting through this one. It is a clear rate that is all the way down to 0.26 or so now. I mean, I have partial responsibility for driving it down, of course, since I haven't cleared it yet, but I don't really know if that was in line with what you expected. I think that that's actually pretty fair for something that is as dependent on shell jumps as this one is. That sounds about right. Most of the time when I get down to about 0.5 in difficulty, I'm not really expecting shell jumps, or at least not more than one. Or, depending on the safety level of recovering from them, of course, that does make a difference. 3D World's momentum control all the time? Yeah, I definitely understand that. I mean, I think that's one of the things that makes the style so appealing, though, is that you just have such a dynamic range of movement. And that it looks dynamic just from how big and chunky the artwork is. And how fluid the animations are as well. I mean, it is a very pretty looking style. Obviously, people complain about the lack of decorative options, decorative elements. But I think the base artwork for how 3D World was translated into this game just generally comes off to me as very clean. I mean, I'm kind of preaching to the choir here, given that I'm talking to somebody who virtually only works in 3D World. I think you made one level that was not 3D World, wasn't it? Like the SMB3 level. I think I remember playing. Yeah. Going to have one big miss after another. Yeah, at this point, as I was saying before you came in, the main concern is simply that I have not really been able to practice that final double shell jump column. So that's something that could take some effort, because, you know, getting back there is something that takes quite a few attempts for me to put together. And yeah, it does generally look quite clean. The key block markers, I think, are fairly good at signaling the throw direction. I don't know really that I trust them or know how to orient myself around them as a throw location, though. I think I might actually be a little bit misled by the markers when it comes to the precise location of the throw and how to line myself up. And part of that just comes from the lack of a standardized intuition for that. The way that people can be fairly accurate about the C markers in standard styles. And even then, I have trouble with the C markers. Yeah, it came in way too low on that attempt in general. And nope. It just takes me quite a few attempts to get back to the spot that I want to practice. I think we've just seen the rightmost column twice today in this series of attempts. So a lot of it is just the amount of restarts that I do need to put in the early jumps, since the shell jumps are not going to happen 100% of the time. And I think finding a very consistent way of reading my own position is going to be a big help. Yeah, but at the moment, you know, I feel like I have not been able to make a consistent adjustment to make that shell jump go without a hitch. In general, that's just a little bit too low and too far now. But, you know, that's just something we'll try to work around. That was definitely way too late. Sailed right over my head as I went down. But yeah, when this first jump comes together, things feel much better. That is a fair number of shell jumps that I do need to do accurately, though, as a total over the span of this level. I mean, it seems like a very small number, but when my hit rate with shell jumps is as bad as it is, that does mean that the time spent gets considerably inflated. Wow, that was a totally unnecessary miss. Yeah, once again, just lots of micro adjustments to my horizontal position all over this level to get things to line up. Thankfully, I do have plenty of room to read that often. It's not too much of an issue when it comes to visibility or having reaction time. It is pretty much just all about nailing those jumps. And, okay, yeah. They definitely come together a little bit better. Whoops. Yeah, when it comes to misses like that, I start suspecting that I might just be getting a little bit tired. But we'll see. Can't really afford to lose too many attempts to stuff like that. But, oh, standing too close that time. The height seemed to be correct. Position in X is key here. Yep, throughout the whole level pretty much. Yeah, I do like the generous amount of time that I am given to make those adjustments. A lot of it is just shell release timing relative to my jump height. Practice this anyway? Nope, not too far. And yeah, too low. Really do just need to land that jump straight up. But still not quite. But yeah, I can tell it is a big problem that I'm way off center when it comes to coming up the column for the shell jump, but it seems like height is the main issue. It's not so much distance. Nope. Yeah, too short that time. Really wanted that clear condition text to just get out of my face so I could actually practice the level, but just insisted on blocking the whole screen. So. Nope. Having trouble with that one as usual. Okay, that went a little better. Nope, that did not go. Yep, too soon. Much too soon all around. Okay. Once again, wanted to practice, but the text on the screen disagreed. Yeah. We'll see. I've had some reasonable attempts, but still almost no practice on the double shell jump at the end, and because of that, I think that I don't really necessarily know that I'll get it this session, simply because, you know, we left it to the end, and I think I am starting to slip quite a bit when it comes to some things I usually take for granted. I am playing with a D-pad, yes. I've always played with a D-pad. I actually just cannot play platformers with a stick. I occasionally switch to the stick for... what is it? For the frog or the P-balloon. When the Ninja speedrun for the P-balloon came up, I pretty much had to teach myself how to play with a stick just to manage that. But yeah, I mean, I am making a lot of micro-level adjustments with the exposition just from tapping the D-pad every now and then to get into position. Fairly clear to me, though, that the problem with the shell jumps is height and timing the y-axis. Yeah, the horizontal adjustment is not too bad, but knowing when the release is supposed to happen, it's tough. Whoops, just completely missed. Completely. Okay. Not quite functional. But... yeah, I do just have to read how to do that jump a little bit. I think there will be a time when I look back at this and kind of amazed that I could ever do any of this stuff at all. I think until earlier this year I had never actually done a shell jump. Like maybe once in a trainer level, but the fact that I have been doing more and more shell levels, at least at a very basic standard of difficulty, I think has gradually kind of change things. So if you build around a stick, usually, I mean, I can try it once with a stick. I just have no muscle memory for it whatsoever. Yeah, no, I can't even grab the shell. I mean, I tend to find your levels fairly reasonable with the D-pad ordinarily. The level of precision I get and the level of momentum I get doesn't seem to be a problem. The only difference, of course, would be the levels where you are just holding right all the time. I guess that can be hard on the D-pad if I'm not being careful. That's not the case with this one. This one I am, of course, retuning my position all the time. Nope, too low. Yeah, I didn't actually know that you tended to build around a stick. In fact, I would not have told that at all. Sometimes you see levels that kind of were done that way. I really don't know that I would have been able to discern that from what you build. Very rare that I will see a level that really does feel like it was mostly tuned around a stick. Definitely see that for some swimming levels, but yeah, I guess it's not 100% true that I've never played platforms with a stick. I actually did play a good amount of Tropical Freeze with sticks. And yeah, that was, of course, something that was just very dependent on the way that momentum tended to work in the game, though. Like that, things would be built in such a way that the stick would feel like it was in the intended option all along. It was something quite specific to Tropical Freeze, and of course, the last time I played it was with the Joy-Con sticks, which had very tight range of travel. And as they have a tight range of travel, I would have the kind of snappiness I would expect from rolling it with a D-pad anyway. So I haven't actually tried Tropical Freeze with a full-size stick, because on the Wii U, I think I might have played that with D-pad as well. Except for the swimming segments. I remember that was one of the games where the swimming segments really substantially improved with the stick. So. Well, I mean, I've been getting by most of it so far with the D-pad just fine. Yeah, that is kind of interesting. I really would not have guessed that at all. I mean, I honestly didn't know that anybody who's building levels at the kind of precision of requiring a shell jump was on the stick at all, actually. I generally assumed that people who were even interested in shell levels would all be on D-pad, but I think sometimes I underestimate the degree to which some players are actually much more comfortable with the stick, or may also just not have a controller where the D-pad feels comfortable, like if they are only working with Joy-Cons out of the box. That said, when I do making, I always do making in handheld mode, and so I am using the Joy-Con directional buttons all the time. Even there, though, I definitely don't play with stick. Although, now that I think about it, I think I actually also played Celeste with the stick, because the thing about Celeste is that even though it requires a lot of precise diagonals, and that playing with a stick really kills you to... you die to diagonal inputs all the time because they just aren't at the angles that you want. it is otherwise very good for that game because the thing the stick allows you to do in games like that is very rapid directional adjustment when you are in the air, that you can do tons of very quick repositioning from one jump to the next when you are switching back and forth between left and right, for instance. Press back and forward and release most of the time. Yeah. I mean, I'm getting that with the jumps that are in the middle segments that I am constantly adjusting. I don't have that down for the shell jump at all. And yeah, I don't know if it's going to happen this session. Simply because of the level of inconsistency that I have with the actual shell releases. And it is an issue of inconsistency. I mean, you know, I've made the jump many times. Whoops. But the thing that's making it tricky is just that difficult to reproduce how it works when I do have a way of making it work. And then I don't think I understand my own movement when I have a successful jump well enough to really manage to recreate that and nail that every time. Yeah, just generally coming in too low. Yeah. I mean, it is a very clear difficulty check at the very beginning of the level that, you know, if you can't handle this jump, and you're going to have a pretty big struggle through the rest. But when it comes together, it comes together. Okay, I've been loving that release lately. That's not the same kind of release timing that I was doing when I had more consistently successful attempts at that location. Yeah, very old school in some way. I've never been good with analog sticks in general. Like, I can't do stick-based shooters, for instance. I have to have motion controls just to make that happen. Otherwise, I just can't aim at a single thing. I mean, I'm not really a shooter player to begin with, but to the extent that I've played some of the better-known ones, they were either with mouse and keyboard, which was how I always learned to do anything first-person, or they were with gyro controls, which work very well on Steam in conjunction with the Nintendo Switch Pro controller, because the software already kind of supports that for the Steam controller, and so very little bit of configuration that needs to be done to make it happen across the entire platform. But yeah, old school in most respects, except that, you know, for aiming, I actually do love motion controls and often insist on them. I didn't play that much GoldenEye. I mean, I used to mostly get the Nintendo 64 as a rental system. We would have the odd GoldenEye party every now and then, but it's not something I particularly mastered. And yeah, you know, people talk about the dual analog stick setup sometimes as though they expect it to be standard. You know, you'll have people complain about something like Metroid Prime and say, oh, why doesn't it have standard controls, or something like that. if they didn't like the old GameCube lock-on system. And in general, I just see no reason to stick to that when motion controls have become an except for, you know, the usual disability reasons that would be a reason for some people to object to motion aiming. They really can't move their arms or their wrists. But yeah, I mean, you know, I've used a mouse and keyboard for that stuff most of my life, and then gyro for a whole bunch of things, or motion aiming in general, ever since the Wii with its IR pointer. So no, if I were to think back to the last time I was using the kind of dual analog stick first-person shooter scheme without any kind of motion assistance, I think it would be probably back around 2002. Like the last one I can think of would be something like 007 Nightfire, which used that scheme, which was mostly kind of a sniper camp fest anyway. But like I said, I've never really been a shooter player. And a couple of the big ones, you know, Half-Life, BioShock series, etc., but generally not so much my thing. I mean, Metroid Prime I really do like, but Metroid Prime, particularly on the Wii, gives you both the lock-on and pointer controls, and, you know, that works out very smoothly for me. And the thing about Metroid Prime is I find that Metroid Prime is often at its best when you are rolling around in the morph ball anyway, and it essentially becomes a third-person game. Third-person game with a certain swiftness of movement. Yeah, I haven't had a good attempt in a while. We had some good attempts earlier, but it's been a while since I've made it past the second shell jump. Right here. Oh, got it. Got it. Okay. Oh, no, no, no. I was too far to the right in that time. I just knew I didn't have the position to actually release that shell, and by the time I adjusted to it, it was too late. So, yeah, I just need more attempts like that to get the shell release on the final column to be a bit more cooperative. I think it can be done, but I also don't think I'm gaining any consistency with the shell jumps with practice. Like, I mean, it's like anything where practice is just not only about repetition. Keep things as much as you like and not actually fix your mistakes. But if the practice actually allows you to refine the method or a perception that you have for what's going on, then that's when it starts to matter. I don't feel like I have that for shell jumps in general yet. That despite playing a good number of shell jump levels, my perception for how they are supposed to work, it has probably meaningfully improved, but not enough to make the levels that playable for me. But yeah, I mean, it's the only way you learn that skill, though, is just to do it until you understand how to make it work. That timing has not been going well for me lately as well, in terms of getting off that lower shell a little bit too early. Yeah, hanging too far to the right. Yeah, I mean, burned a lot of attempts on this early jump, but more consistently we can get it down to better. Okay. Most of that was feeling good. Wasn't optimistic about the shell throw position that I died on just now, but Most things were starting to get cleaned up a little bit in that attempt. And it does feel very smooth when I do manage to get it. I've been bouncing a little bit too far on the right on that first jump anyway. I think that might be part of the problem, is that that's throwing off all the rest of my positioning with the shell catch. Yeah, when I just kind of go straight up the center column, things work well. When I'm a little bit offset like that, things don't go so well. And that's just too low. Going to click at some point and be easy? I certainly hope so. I mean, there are certain techniques that definitely do that. I think it's very easy to lose track of how much you do improve as a player just from practicing a lot of these things. You know, you don't realize how much you've improved until you're done. Yeah, it's mostly an exercise in just kind of rolling this dice while we clean up the shell jumps and try to get a favorable attempt all the way to the end. Yeah, certainly hoping it does click. Nope. Okay, just bad landing, actually. Completely misplaced that landing because I was too busy watching the shell, not watching my own position as carefully as I should have been. Yeah, well, just have to do that until it works. And it does work somewhat often. Trying to do some of those jumps by rhythm, and maybe that is a better way to go about it, is to think about the time delay. Actually, maybe that is a better way to think about it. Like a blindfold player might. Of course, that does require me to get up the center column more accurately. But yeah, if I'm thinking about the delay period of time rather than as a matter of spacing, or rather than primarily as a matter of spacing, then that might allow me to clean that up a little bit. Of course, it only really works when you're getting into a shell jump off of an existing bounce. In terms of calculating the amount of time I have from that bounce. Or I have to do the shell release too early. Yeah, I can see why when people talk about practicing tech, you know, even if it's something like a Street Fighter input, doing a Dragon Punch or something, doing a Shoryuken, that they tell you to train yourself to do it 10 times in a row. And that's certainly true for things like musical instruments as well. Just being able to work on consistency and being able to refine your method to such a point that you can do something 10 times in a row. feel like that's the state that I need to get into when it comes to doing just a very basic shell jump that, you know, I've done them in levels, but to this day, I don't think I could do them 10 times in a row. And over the course of a level that has a little bit of reactive play, that becomes more of a necessary skill. Oh, Electric Dude, hope you had a good lunch. Burnt a lot of attempts on in the meantime, but most of your levels are rhythm-based? Yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, getting quite close, though, in some attempts. Whoops. But I am beginning to slip a bit in the formerly easy stuff, and that's what's been setting me back as well. Oh. Yeah, we'll see. Getting closer. Sometimes. Not this time. Might just be a longer-term project. Have to practice some shell jumps off-screen, perhaps. Off-stream, rather, to just develop a better sense of consistency. Yeah. I mean, I knew my positioning there horizontally was going to be way off. And yeah, just a bit of a learning curve. Actually, a fair bit of a learning curve, but that's how I kind of feel about most shell levels. I mean, you can either drop them or you can deal with it and try to learn it, right? So eventually you can acquire that as a skill. And clearly a lot of people have practiced it from scratch. Missed. Missed pickup. I was already thinking ahead to how I was going to do my positioning over the Piranha, and obviously I was overthinking that a little bit too early. Yeah, for something that takes place in about 20 to 30 seconds, these attempts do add up very quickly. Whoops. Didn't manage to turn around there, that's rather startling oversight. Nope. Okay, here we go. Like starting the engine. Well, that is a new personal record. But I didn't know that the second shell throw would sail over quite that easily. One of the insights that I had in that attempt was to think more about it in terms of the sound effect, particularly once the one-up sound effect started to kick in later bounces. Too low? Yeah, I mean, obviously, I was seeing that for the first time. I didn't know how the second shell release was going to work. I'd just never seen it. I mean, it is kind of encouraging to get that far, though. In that it is feeling increasingly doable. Whether it's doable in this segment is anybody's guess, but just a sense that it's just barely out of reach, that the capability is here, the consistency is not. But, you know, these things take work, and it's just a matter of whether you find it valuable to put in the work. Yeah. It is nice when the early jump just happens as planned. Sometimes it does not go according to plan. Here we go. Yeah, I was a little bit closer to the wall that time, and it seemed to work out well. Nope. It's too early on that release. Getting there. Sometimes. Just sometimes. Yeah, but it's really nice every now and then to have an attempt that just kind of makes that approximation. That was maybe not a good sign. Okay. Nail that. It's always a sign of confidence to get that first jump. Like if the first jump comes together, a lot of other things come together after that. I think they really do need a setting eventually to make the clear condition text a lot less obnoxious. I mean, you know, I'm sure that it's just that they wanted everything to be readable in handheld. But there probably should be a setting for that, just to have small text that's tucked away in the corner or something, so it's not covering the whole screen and obstructing you from reading. I mean, I guess the thing about clear conditions is that you don't want people to be missing them, but... Hey, you got first clear on Bird Harris. Well, congratulations. So, how does it compare to the boat building? I mean, you don't need to tell me what the concept is. I'll find out myself soon enough, I'm sure. But I think the boat building is setting a very high standard for what I know Bird Hair can do. Yeah, nice to kind of keep all those first clears within the family, since we all have that advantage. Oops. Very exploration-like. Okay, that'll be interesting. Haven't had too many of those. I mean, there's a bit of non-linearity to the day-night level from CTRX that we saw in week 1. But other than that, and other than, of course, all the streamers who are just trying to exploit that non-linearity, thinking they were breaking things, yeah, we haven't really had true exploration level in the set just yet. And of course you just rushed through it? Okay, well, yeah, of course you did. My goodness, though, that boat building puzzle, that's definitely one of the highlights of what we saw today, I think. Because it's not even a puzzle as such, it's just something that was very flexible. Okay, that's starting to slip. Yeah, I mean, you know, I haven't slipped up yet in terms of finding every Cake and 4YMM room. I mean, some of them didn't really seem to have an actual optional path as such. It was often that you would sneak a peek at the cake just by poking in the right place, but some of them have had some pretty good optional paths. Yeah, I mean, I can sort of expect that. I was expecting very great things from Kana, given that their levels have just consistently impressed. Consistently impressed. I don't think you were here early enough today to catch me playing their Super World plus that latest 1-1 with the lights out, where you crouch to turn the lights on. Didn't quite get enough of a look at that mechanism to reverse engineer it, but definitely, I think, one of the most impressive makers that I have been introduced to recently, and I think the first level I played by them was that Bullet Hell one that you showed me. But the further I get down that list, like, what an impressive list. The degree of mechanical advancement in that set. Yeah, just a great maker all around. Yeah, spending too many attempts slipping up now on some very basic landings. That should not be giving me trouble. Sort of unfortunate. I think that might just be a side effect of playing tired, but at the same time, I am decently close. Oh, just clipped the corner there. That's too bad. Yeah. And just gotta bounce around. So I guess that should account for everybody, right? Except, well, I guess maybe we're still waiting on K-Dog. Or just trying to keep track of who already had theirs up. everybody's uploaded? Okay, yeah. Yeah, of course they would at this point. Barring any emergency fixes that need to be made in order to strip you of your first clear. Yeah, I mean, hopefully everything kind of stays up from a quality check perspective this week. I know that the number of re-uploads that we've had have already kind of been on the high end. I mean, it was only Tomb Train last week, and I think there was, of course, a little bit of a situation with Uncaged being temporarily delisted, but other than that, it's like I'm thinking back to week one. Week one, for Muting Perspectives, did have to get re-upload. I know that Bufflin was actually threatening to re-upload and didn't end up doing it. But whichever issue it was not actually an issue, I think, from what I was hearing about that level. So yeah, we had one re-upload a week so far, though. Yes. Okay, starting to slip a bit. Once again, there were a few attempts when I was getting this going quite consistently. And it is really kind of coming and going. Oops. No, just completely losing gas on that jump now. Well, I guess going to take a little bit more practice. I will probably have to bail on this one pretty soon. I mean, I don't necessarily think I lose that much progress by resetting out of it. I don't think I've made much headway since the session yesterday, unfortunately, and that's mainly from a lack of consistency getting to the end. We've managed to get that one good attempt, of course, where we finally saw what the second shell throw would be like. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, you know, I am making some progress in some attempts, so we'll stay on it just a little bit longer. I want to see if I can get back to the final column at least once more. Yeah, some fair attempts. Definitely a lot of filler attempts as well that didn't really do much to progress, but... Whoa, okay. But there does come a point, I think, whenever you're running away at something where you realize that you are kind of losing progress in some places. Maybe do a bit of a rethink. It depends on the type of level, I think, and the type of content generally when it comes to hard content in games, including puzzle content. In some ways where you tell yourself you finally need a break, and of course that's when you get really close or even finish. Whoa, did not expect to actually get over the hump that time. That's what threw me off. Whoa. Yeah, still a fairly few players on this, actually, looking at the stats. So I've been really tanking that clear rate on everybody else's behalf. Oop. And yeah, cool. Oh wow, Panda Anime, thank you for the raid. Thank you for coming back and bringing along your crew. We're going to be wrapping up fairly soon, so for those of you joining here, I'm afraid we won't be up and running for too long, but always appreciate the presence of the audience. All of the raids are appreciated, no matter how small. And yeah, it's kind of good to see you back. I've been chipping away at this one for about an hour this session. Kind of extended my originally intended stream time by quite a bit beyond what I imagined, but that's what I tend to do to myself. So Panda Anime, what were you streaming then? Which game? Oh, okay, also Mario Maker. Yeah, I find that it's nice that I'm getting any sort of audience at all for the days that are not viewer levels. I mean, this is kind of a continuation, of course, of the thing that we had received before, but you know, it's sort of nice to have a day or two to run over a more specialized list and still have that appeal to some people who are sticking around to watch and not just necessarily observe your own levels, although, of course, that's only partly the case here. But yeah, nothing that generates interest quite like a viewer queue, that's for sure, especially at the small stream level. Kind of surprised at how easy it is to build a decent, functional community on a small scale. Just through doing this game. But I think streaming is definitely an experience that changes the way you play. Yeah, I mean, I guess you're still fairly new to it. Streamed that many times. Yeah, it takes some preparation to think about how you want to do things like queue management and such. I had a very clear idea of how I wanted to run things here simply because I had spent a fair bit of time late in Maker 1 and early in Maker 2 submitting viewer levels myself, including some big streams, some medium streams, etc. So I had a good sense of what I thought would work well, and, you know, what would perhaps not be as much of a good. But yeah, you know, everybody kind of starts small. But the nice thing about viewer levels is that people do go out of their way to seek out some small streamers who have very quick queues. And so it's not the hardest thing in the world to build in there. I will not be on for much longer, though. I was actually just about to kind of wrap up my attempts on this level for now, since we had gotten close a few times, but feels like we might have to stand and fight another day. And yeah, We'll just try to put this together. Almost. Yeah, at the beginning of streaming, that's very true. Especially when you're trying to figure out systems that work, and also just getting used to the idea of talking while you're playing, and also just dealing with emergencies like disconnections, audio problems, etc. That, you know, we still have to deal with that fairly often, actually, but I feel like Mario Maker is better than most games at getting your foot in the door. A lot of things just won't generate interest. Like, I did very early on stream a couple of indie titles that I was interested in recording anyway, because I did want footage of them. And because they were just way down in categories that were practically unsearchable, you just wouldn't receive a viewership. You kind of need to build a decent base first that is willing to trust the way you play, not just in the specific game that they first came for, but just generally as a player that they don't mind watching. So I do eventually want to expand back into some other things, but for now, Mario Maker and viewer levels and some of the project levels in particular, that's all amounting to what is by far the most interactive experience. And I think as a small streamer that's more rewarding, that you know, you actually do want some people to chat with and who seem engaged with the content. Almost. Seems like we just have to bash our head against a wall a little bit with this until an attempt like that mostly comes together. And yeah. Feels like it's definitely been a good investment to get a capture card, though, and really keep a record of what I've been playing. I mean, there will come a time, possibly even soon, when I just don't have the time to play nearly as much Mario Maker anymore, or that I drift away from the game for whatever reason. And it is nice to just have this huge record to look back on in terms of what I was able to achieve, and some of the really bold ideas that I saw, and some of the bad ideas that we saw, and have a good sense of where we've been and just how much mileage we got out of this. Just to pick up. Hey, we are getting back to that a little more often now, though. Slightly more often. Could be a bit better all around, but you know, we'll kind of see how that's going. Okay. Getting there slowly. Nope. Hit the wall. But we'll see if any of that can be cleaned up. Yeah, I knew that one wasn't going to happen, just from the way that jump was looking, but the fact that we've had so many attempts recently get that far, I think is definitely kind of emboldening. Very encouraging. At precisely the wrong time to be encouraging, I think. But that's what happens. Sometimes things go well when you're no longer really prepared for them to go well. And yeah, that's just something we have to work on. Nope. Definitely been one heck of a grind. Whoops. Yeah, I think I would have put this down already this session were it not for the fact that we did have a kind of sudden burst of feeling closer and closer. I'm within the last little bit in terms of having a breakthrough with the rhythm I need on those successive jumps. And missing the pickup once again, I feel like if we actually manage to make the pickup, that will fall potentially soon. I mean, we still do need to get high enough to make that second jump and see how that shell timing is going to work. That's not going to be simple by any means, but you know, we'll see how we do. Forgot to just drop the shell at all. Yeah. No. Yeah, really nailing a consistent sense of rhythm with those 2 consecutive shell jumps that are in the middle. That's is something that did for a while feel like a bit of a breakthrough, but you have to just get back there and pocket that consistently again. And just do it right. Yeah. No, I just have not been able to learn the timing on the second one. Like, whether I'm just doing it much too late. It does seem like I'm doing it much too late, in that I need a very quick release between the first and the second shell. But the thing is, picking up the high shell is something that catches me a little bit by surprise every time, and so... Oops. Yeah, I know that as the course creator, you're certainly feeling the tension. Particularly as you're wondering if tuning in for all this time has in fact been worth it. Yeah, it definitely seemed like I was late on it both times. Very late the first time I tried it, when the shell just sailed right over the top. But yeah, the fact that we had been getting closer, I think, really was beginning to make this time investment worth the while, and they start to come together a little bit. No, late. I mean, there was a pretty long stretch in there when I was just kind of failing to just jump over and over again. But it seems like deciding to push on it anyway has had its benefits. I do feel like I am going to be quite impressed someday that I managed to make it even this far. But, you know, I've been playing so much of this relative to anything that was a contained, official, professionally designed experience as far as platforms go. That I wonder if it, not just this level, but Mario Maker in general, has completely distorted the perspective of how much is a reasonable time to spend on just learning a single challenge, and whether that's going to really affect the way I look at difficulty tuning in the long run. So, you know, if I were to return to something like Celeste, for instance, which is very, very grindy in terms of the degree of repetition that it requires. Like, I actually kind of wonder how much playing harder levels in Maker has been able to distort my perspective of that. So, and I say that as somebody who's always been fine with long levels, that, you know, back when I did Champions Road, that was something I did in co-op, and that was a project. Like, took many sessions to get that down. And back when I did Ukulele and the Impossible Lair earlier this year, like, that was, I think, about a 2-hour sitting to learn and execute the last level. Which, you know, some people were kind of complaining quite a bit about that as unreasonable. And to me, that now seems fairly short, given that there have been a significant number of things I've done in the course of Maker 2, possibly including this level, that have really pushed me past the mark of that amount of time for sure. Certainly some puzzles. Puzzles, I mean, they can take a while as is, but the fact that a single puzzle challenge can sometimes take about 2 or 3 hours to really map out properly without any hints or assistance is something that I think also changes your perspective on how big a level is, and I think in a way that is quite different from what you would perceive if you were mainly thinking about things like viewer submissions on the level of a bound of, say, 15 to 20 minutes, as is quite typical on a lot of other streams. So, that's just something I often keep in mind when it comes to cultivating a relative sense of patience, and also just being able to make decent estimates as to whether something is enjoyable enough to be worth the amount of added time that's put into mastering it. This one has been really quite enjoyable, which is why I haven't just conceded defeat on it. I've ever played Lolo on the NES. I actually have not. Hey, Korea Collins, welcome back. No, I actually have not played Lolo. I've heard a fair bit about it, but it's just one of those that I never really worked into my library. Oops. Very hard puzzles at the time? Yeah, I guess so. I mean, it depends. I mean, many of the things that were considered puzzles back in the NES era, and of course I can't speak to Lolo, but a lot of them were sometimes dependent on just keeping things very opaque. Ways that really required some kind of guide. I think it's very telling if you look at a series like Zelda, for instance, that logic puzzles as we recognize them don't actually come in until Link to the Past, even at a basic block pushing level, that there was kind of this distinction between adventure puzzles that were based on obscurity and experimentation, and adventure puzzles that were actually based on some kind of spatial reasoning or deduction or, you know, something like that. Being able to read clues or piece together a move order. That was something that I think was maybe more prevalent in text and later graphic adventures. As you get into the late 80s and early 90s. Most of the foundational experience I would have had with that would have been with the LucasArts line, sort of, you know, from that line of about a decade that goes from Monkey Island to Grim Fandango. Everything between. You know, I actually recently replayed, not recently, but say within the past 2 years, replayed Day of the Tentacle, and the puzzle structure in that one is absolutely fascinating because it maps very well. It maps very analogously to some things like the map structures that you would see in Metroid, where there's tons of non-linearity in terms of the number of different locks that you can try to pick at the same time, and the amount of freedom that you have in terms of puzzle-solving order. And it's something that I definitely didn't realize when I played it originally. I had to revisit it to really kind of understand the degree to which the game opens up with its puzzle structure. Okay, I think I've slipped enough on this now after that flurry of decent attempts that I'm once again doubting myself, but say that, of course, having made it this far in this attempt. Nope. For a while, things were looking good. For a while, it was looking close. Yeah, now we're just slipping quite a bit once again. So yeah, Toadette's definitely taken quite a few shells to the face over the course of this session. And that's the thing about the sunk cost fallacy, is that at this point it feels like one really good solid run would be all it takes to make that final adjustment and make it over. And yeah, clearly having a little bit of overcompensation now in that exposition. Yeah, but unfortunately, I think, and you know, you can probably plot this on a curve in terms of the level of morale that we have at any given point over the course of a lengthy piece of work like this one, but you know, where sometimes there's this burst of encouragement and positive reinforcement. Which, after a couple of repeated failures early in the level, will just kind of sink back into dejection. And right now, I think this is somewhere in between. Because clearly there are some of those decent attempts that sneak in one at a time, just in right little pocket-sized moments when I feel like we're finally getting somewhere. Whoops. But yeah, there's definitely, I think, going to be a change in perspective when I go back to official hard content again. I mean, one thing I'd been considering is I never did get the Impossible pack in NSMB2. NSMB2, I mean, I completed it. I did to 100% a couple years ago and basically just kind of forgot about it. I just don't remember that much about what it had to offer, simply because it was a little bit... It was probably the most like a filler title that you could ever get in the Mario series. It's the only one that you could really call filler. And I keep hearing about the Impossible pack that was added after the game's release, and how it was supposedly some of the hardest official content that Nintendo had released. And at this point, I'm kind of wondering if I would have, just by virtue of playing so much Mario Maker, would have built up the kind of muscles and built up the patience to take on that and find it not so bad. But I think it's very difficult sometimes to make a very accurate estimate of your own proficiency. Because, so for example, you know, with a level that has a decent amount of shell tech like this, which is admittedly a little outside my level, I would assume that there is a pretty big gap between people who feel confident doing it and people who just will not bother to try, and that, you know, clear rates can be deceptive sometimes simply because I would not expect that there are that many people for many levels in the position that I'm in, where, you know, I don't exactly have the technique to do it, but I'm coming reasonably close enough that I actually am putting in the work. Because you would have a pretty sharp divide, I think, in most cases, between people who just say no to shell jumps when they see it, and people who get them down quite easily. And right now I'm kind of in that dead zone where it is not easy. I am willing to try. I was off-center and I couldn't get the shell release down. I just did not have the right position coming off of the last piranha, and I knew that that position was just not going to get me up in time to catch the upper shell. Well, I'm glad you find the endurance admirable. I mean, it's not going to happen all the time. And yeah, I think at this point I am going to call it, since you're going to tap out for lunch anyway. And we did have a couple of good attempts that pushed all the way over to the end screen right there. So until next time, I think we'll have to have a rematch on this one. Yeah, I didn't want to keep you from your lunch the whole time, but definitely have yourself fed, and you go ahead and enjoy your day. And yeah, we'll hopefully have a rematch with this next time. Not the only one that's currently holding that distinction of being long-term unfinished business. We've got a couple of things like that from some of our other regulars as well. So in the meantime, I was thinking about finishing on something maybe easy and relaxing, but rather than commit to that, I think this is probably a good time to adjourn. We are way past my usual amount of tolerance. But we have a couple of people who have been here all this time, and so, you know, thank you very much for staying through this very long stream. Do enjoy the new batch of 4YMM that has come up for week 3, unless, of course, you have already, like one of our distinguished guests, just gone ahead and snagged all the first clears and world records that he can. In the meantime, thanks for watching, and I am going to send you off to a raid momentarily. It's going to be a good day for some exciting choices in terms of passing you on to some recommendations, so just bear with me for a moment and I will scan around, and in the meantime, good morning or good afternoon to you.